Sereno Black.
Baby, I'm done. I'm so sick and tired of the way you just run. Say it takes two when you build that trust. I feel alone in the so-called love. I said, Shawty, I'm done. Driving on this one-way road. Even with you, I'm alone. Trying to find my way back. When I move ahead, you stay back. Baby, I know we get lost. But love is always worth that cost. And all I was playing my part. But now I have to cut that cord. I said, baby, I'm done. I'm so sick and tired of the way you just run. Say it takes two when you build that trust. I feel alone in the so-called love. We just want win love. Just want win love. I just want win love. What have I done? Tried to love it too, but it's not enough. Oh no, no. We just want win love. I go Saudi, I'm leaving. Like it's falling New England. Always change like the seasons just to please you. Now I'm over the pressure, feeling under the weather, but I won't second guess it when I leave you. I decided the reasons, girl, I swear that you evil. Let's see other people, we don't need us a sequel. Cause I got options all around that will take my love. Bodies all around and you just one girl. It's nothing worse than love that is given and not back. I've been on a mission to give it and get back. You've been always missing and grilling about my past. So I had to get gone from you and get you so far from the view. And I see it crystal clear, but it's only cause you wasn't here. You wasn't here. I said, baby, I'm done. I'm so sick and tired of the way you just run. Say it takes two when you build that trust. I feel alone in the so-called love. I said, baby, I'm done. Yeah, I'm so done. Yeah, I'm so done. Just want win love. I just want win love. What have I done? Try to love it too, but it's not enough. Oh no, no. We just want win love. No, no, with you. Yeah, I'm doing no, no with you. Yeah, I'm doing no, no with you.
So, this all seems horrible.
One in a million, 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 one in a million. You know they're coming up to me, cause I'm just the kind of flower that's stinging in my beat, but the rhythm's getting higher. Go, 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 go. One in a million, 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 one in a million.
Well, 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 good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you lovely folks joining me here nice and early over at Marvel Snap Zone. Welcome back for yet another YouTube live stream here over on the channel, looking to just all round have a pretty good time. We want to make some more gameplay content, we want to keep jamming some games with the coolest decks that Marvel Snap has to offer, and just hopefully putting out stuff that helps you guys while I get to have a good time in the process, which is always certainly a perk. So good to see you tonight. Thank you for the early subs. I appreciate it. Hi, One. Hi, Adrian. Good to see you in chat nice and early. Did Marvel Snap win Best Mobile Game? I don't think the awards that was for have been drawn yet. I don't recall. If they have been, I've missed it, but I don't think so. I think we're still waiting on an answer for that one. But yeah, looking forward to jamming some games tonight, and hopefully just having a nice, healthy conversation about that patch, that upcoming patch that we're all so desperately waiting for. What can I say? 16 new cards, token shop on the way, all kinds of things to be excited about in a patch that is almost certainly no more than 2 weeks away. So looking forward to this. Chatting about that as well. In the meantime, we got some decks to play today. A couple of them will be haymakers that, you know, we're used to seeing, tier list, all-stars, that kind of stuff, as we make our way up to Infinite. And a few of them I've not played before, will be my first games with the deck ever, and I look forward to seeing how they feel over the course of the broadcast. So, with all that said and done, let's go take a look at the first deck that we are going to spend our evening playing today, shall we? Spicy one indeed. We're going to start things off tonight with a bit of Cerebro 4. Now, why is this? Well, turns out we have a hot location right now, a featured location actually, in the form of the Vibranium Mines, which is a location that's brand new to the game, which creates Vibranium. If you're not familiar with Vibranium, they go into your deck when you play there, 3 of them I believe, and they are 1 cost, 4 power cards that happen to not be able to be destroyed. And when they give me any kind of resource that I can abuse that has 4 power, well, I'm going to see if I can make Cerebro work at the same time. This list comes from Marvel Snap Zone writer Safety Blade over on their Twitter page, so by all means go check them out, go chuck them a follow if you enjoy the look of something like this. They were streaming this one earlier, decided to make up a quick little bit and piece about it for the website as well, and it looks really fun, it looks really cool, it looks very different. It's something that I have not had the pleasure of playing with, so I'm going to walk you through this one from what I understand of it and some of the theory behind it, and then we're going to see if we can steal some games with this one while Vibranium Mines is still up. So if you aren't familiar with Cerebro, Cerebro is the namesake card of this deck, 3 cost, 0 power unit, but it's going to give all your highest power cards plus 2 power. So we want all of our cards to have the same power where possible. The magic number this time is the number 4 this time around. Yeah, they can't be destroyed, Whooper Watch. Probably for the best, truth be told. Don't need any of that shenanigans going on. Mystique going alongside Cerebro in a deck like this. Once again, 3 cost, 0 power, makes for a great turn 6 play alongside each other, but will also duplicate that ability of your Cerebro to gain that ability twice and give uber stats all round. So what are we looking to use that aren't pieces of Vibranium to go alongside this? Well, we've got a few things. Ant-Man is the perfect 1-drop for this deck, as it is the only 1-drop that will give you 4 power when one of your locations is full, meaning it checks our boxes and does the thing we need to do. Quinjet is such a cute inclusion in this deck. It's not going to get the buff by itself, but what it does do is make all that Vibranium cost 0, which means it's going to be pretty easy to play it all out. Just spray your hand all over the board, play as many cards into the location as you can, and make as much Vibranium as you can, because it won't cost you anything to play it, which is really, really cool. Carnage here is a bit of a loophole, lets us get around some dodgy locations like Monster Island, but also happens to have 4 power if we kill exactly one thing with it. There's also Sabretooth in this deck that it synergizes with quite nicely. We've got Cloak here. Cloak for the most part gives you a little bit of flexibility in the locations you play to in the final couple of turns, but for the most part it's a 2-cost card that happens to have 4 power. Moving on, Sabretooth, as we just mentioned, kind of plays very, very well with Carnage specifically to kind of let you have a 0-cost 4 power card in the late game, but again, for the most part, just a reasonably statted 4 power unit for 3 cost that fits our curve and does the thing. Crystal is a not Moon Girl, Crystal. Crystal's a really interesting inclusion in this deck. Commonly cited as one of the worst cards in Marvel Snap. It was kind of surprising to see this one in the list from Safety Blade, but I'm excited to give it a shake. If you play it to the middle location, you shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 3 cards. This should hopefully give you a handful of Vibranium, fingers crossed. Or if you happen to be lucky enough to empty your hand out early, it's going to give you a chunk of stuff to replay as well, all of which should hopefully have 4 power or help you find those Cerebros and Mystiques if you haven't done so already. Really sweet inclusion, looking forward to seeing how it plays. Moon Girl is also a pretty cool one here, extra way of gaining more copies of Cerebro and Mystique. Alternatively, just creates more Vibranium, gives us more bodies that are cheap and efficient to play, nice and easy. Iron Man, always a bit of a free one in these Cerebro decks, never interferes with having the highest power, but does let you get more power onto a location you might need it to be on. Magic, however, a bit of a cheeky inclusion, doesn't unfortunately pick up the buff that you might want it to pick up from Cerebro, but it is in fact fact going to buy us more time, give us extra draw steps, and help us find more cards to receive that buff, or the namesake cards if we really need to. Last but not least, at the top of the curve, we got 1/5 cost 4 power card in the form of Claw. Fantastic way of giving more stats to another location while also having 4 power. Thought this deck looked really sweet. I'm looking forward to playing some games with it, so that is what we're going to do. Let's hop on the ladder and jam away with some Cerebro 4 and see how this one feels. Starting the day off at a nice healthy rank 61, making our way up slowly on this account. Chipping away. Oh look, Vibranium Mines. I would like to make some Vibranium. We'll play out the Quinjet, shove some of this into our deck. The hub. Okay, my opponent would like to leave. Well, that's pretty anticlimactic. Good start. We take our free cube and move on with the rest of our life. That was a really good start as well. Quinjet into Vibranium Mines is exactly what we're looking for, and yet opponent wanted no part of it. Fairy snuff. Oh look, we can do it again. Perfect. Take 2. Danger Room is fine. We find Mystique. This is also okay. I don't really want to Carnage away my Quinjet just yet, but it does make me more Vibranium. I also kind of want to empty my hand for Crystal, so yeah, let's just make more Vibranium and eat my Quinjet. Seems mostly fine. Opponent will, unfortunately, Scorpion. A Scorpion is really nasty for this deck in particular. Can cause some problems down the line. Oh, okay. This is quite bad. I don't really want to randomly give up Mystique here to make space, because we're playing out Crystal anyway. Because obviously it doesn't really do anything. But if I don't do that, I'm just passing this turn. I think I'd rather the Mystique be in my deck, so I'm going to take the pass. We do find a Vibranium, sure. I think our hand is kind of poop here, honestly. I kind of want to spin with Crystal. That being said, I can just Magic. Hope to find Cerebro. It does, yeah. Yeah, Scorpion's debuff will stick on stuff being shuffled back. Fairly sure I'm just chucking this Vibranium into the Danger Room. Looking to Magic next turn. Looking for Cerebro. We find ourselves another Vibranium, sure. When's the update? We don't have an exact date, unfortunately, right now. We've been told it will almost certainly be before the new Season Pass. And the new Season Pass arrives on December 5th. 2022, so like tops a week and a half. So you should be expecting it before that Season Pass at some point, but an actual confirmed date we don't currently have. Opponent will prof, kinda blows. Magic will give us an extra turn here though. Cloak. This feels mostly irrelevant. Opponent snaps. I think we are Vibranium Iron Man here. I'm going to look to make a second Iron Man next turn in the Danger Room, fingers crossed. Opponent will also Iron Man, sure. Vibranium mid again. Hey, King of all kings. Hopefully you're doing well today. Yeah, the animation is definitely a wee bit off. I can't deny that. This is a bit of a shame. We can't squeeze all of this in. Sadly, +6 doesn't win Limbo either, which is a real shame. So I think we have to go second Iron Man into Vibranium Mine. Cloak mid, hope it survives. I probably should just retreat here, honestly, but... we might steal this one, actually. Yeah, the new update sounds incredible. I am very, very excited to see everything come to fruition. It's a lot of what a lot of players have been asking for the longest time, so I'm super excited. I think we just stole this. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Don't even have to find the Cerebro. We can just make chunks of Iron Man, and it's good enough. Ticking on up. Dex clearly undefeated at this moment in time. See if it can stay that way, huh? GG indeed. So we finally find the brain, which is nice. We've kind of been struggling to do that up until this point. Lumeria changes not a whole lot. And we find Mystique too. Okay, I would like to find things that have 4 power for 500, please. Vibranium Mines would be a lovely location to see. We do not. Unfortunately, Sokovia eats magic, which is a bit crap. Opponent looks to be on Patriot. I think this game is going to be one where I have to start stacking up Cerebro early. Thank you very much for the brand new sub. Jacob, I appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. I'm going to start stacking up Cerebro early here, because I don't expect our opponent to be playing too many Enchantress Rogue effects, and I'm giving myself a chance to draw cheaper 4-power cards, of which we have managed to find a whole lot of none so far. So, Mystique. We're going to have all the boosty juice that you could possibly need. Question is whether we can get enough bodies down to receive the boosty juice. Cloak's a really good pickup, actually, because it means turn 6 could be multiples. But I think I actually want to spike one of the 5s if I can. So what I'm going to do is go Cloak Sabertooth. And hopefully Grand Central spikes one of the 5s into it. Opponent with the Mr. Fantastic. Sure, sure. Hits the Iron Man. Okay. Opponent hits a Doctor Doom. That's a bit problematic. What is the best way of us doing this? I think it's just Claw, move, Iron Man. Ugh. I don't think we can ever win Grand Central. This is really tough. I think we're boned. Think we're boned. Think we're boned. Think we're boned. Didn't have time to think that through properly. Ran out of brain power. Any of the new cards piqued my interest? A couple of them, actually. I think Orca might be good enough on rate to actually see play, which would be nice. I think Valkyrie is exceptionally cool. I'm looking for, yeah, just a little short. Joe, in classic fashion, getting hit for all caps. Very nice. Good to see you, buddy. Hopefully all is well. I think Valkyrie's sweet. I'm looking forward to building around Thanos. I think that will be an interesting puzzle to try and crack. What else? What else stands out to me? What else does stand out to me? I think Luke Cage is pretty sweet, actually. Slots into a couple of decent shells. Absorbing Man's pretty cool. Yeah, a few. Definitely a few that kind of appeal to my interest. I think, like most people, my big one is just Thanos, because, well, it's just so cool and unique. Opponent hit the brain with the icebox. That feels kind of unfortunate. So no turn 6 Cerebro Mystique. You have to set that up ahead of time, which is a little awkward, actually. Man, Scorpion blows for this deck so bad. Okay, we find the Vibranium Mine. Play the Sabertooth. M'Baku in Zoo? Yeah, for sure. M'Baku is... I think the card is good, for sure. The card is definitely good. I think arguably it's a bit boring for me. Like, it's just a very okay, like, sure effect. It's not very flashy or, like, impressive, right? Super Skrull, however, is very flashy and very impressive. That would be pretty cool. Luke Cage with Hazard? Yeah, that could be a lot of fun, actually. Or Hazmat, which is... I read your chat, even though I knew what you meant. Okay, this is a bit awkward. Because we lost the Brain and Mystique and most of the goodies. Kind of want to hold the Moon Girl for now. So I think what we do is Quinjet Carnage. Create a 4. Make all this Vibranium free. Try and Magic. Yeah, boring's good, like, sure. Like, I guess from a content creator perspective, I'm not overly excited about M'Baku, but is it going to be reasonable? I think so. Card seems fine. Nice, we have some zero-costy goodness. So, let us turn... I kind of want to keep the Vibranium Mine around. Let's just turn Icebox into turn 7. Hey, Snap Hero, good evening, good morning, depending on where you are. Hopefully all is well with you. We have ourselves a turn 7. We find Mystique. Okay, I would really like to draw Cerebro now, because I'm going to have plenty of copies of cool stuff. And for that reason, I'm actually not going to play to Vibranium Mine, because I want the best chance possible to draw the Brain. So I'm going to play to Attilan, hold everything else, make copies, and hopefully if we don't draw the Brain, we at least draw something that's good alongside Mystique. Dublin? Okay, you're not that far away from me, actually. Alright, well, we didn't get the Brain, but what we did get is a pile of zero-cost stuff. So how do we win a location here, huh? Stuff, 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 stuff. Is this just the best thing we can do? We can even just play the Mystiques for, you know, hilarity. $16, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This might be enough. I'll stay in for a cube. I'm based in the north of England. I'm not a Londoner anymore. I was originally, but I am still in England. I think this ends up being enough. It's truly remarkable how many games we've been winning so far without a Cerebro. Like, we can't draw the Brain to save our life, and it's just like, well, okay, vomit Vibranium, I guess. Crazy. Just got Wong the other day. Yeah, Wong is fantastic. Card is very, very good. Lived in London when you were 17. Very nice. Yeah, I was down in the south for a good part of my life, just not all of it. Okay, do not play the Brain in Isle of Silence. That's the plan. Put a little Korga Rock into our deck. Sure. Cloning Vats is pretty good. Hey, Esteems. Very nice. Happy to hear you having a good time in Snap so far, and thank you for the kind words, my friend. Do I just start making more Carnage? Opponent loves the Quinjet. Very nice. Probably right. I'm going to want to start making Brains. Just in a moment. I don't know why I call it the Brain. I mean Cerebro, in case that's not obvious. It's not actually a brain, it's a helmet, but... I always call it the brain. Okay, well this isn't too bad. Machine World is actually kind of hilarious. So we're going to give our opponent a Widow's Bite while we make another Cerebro. And then eventually we're just going to clear up this Widow's Bite with the Carnage in our hand. We might not, to be fair. It kind of ruins the plan if we do. Need to keep our stuff getting buffed, so we probably don't do that. So I'm going to throw a Cerebro into the flooding area while I have the chance to have some space. Play the Ant-Man mid. This seems good. I need to do it in the other order though, so Mystique works, right? Yeah, so Ant-Man, helmet. But then I can't magic. Do I just give this up? Maybe I give this up. Okay. Talk myself into it. Brand new sub coming in. Andrew, thank you very much, my friend. Welcome to the channel. Got Daredevil, Ghost Rider, Arnim Zola in the past few days. Those are some good hits. Brand new sub from Matthew Howell as well. Welcome on into Marvel Snap Zone. Pleasure to have you here tonight. Opponent will Black Widow once again. I think I'm kind of fine with this staying in my hand here. Your last card was Omega Red. Not a massive Omega Red guy myself, but the card's cool. Okay, we have magic here. Give ourselves a turn 7. Opponent with the Black Panther. This might be a little hard to beat, unfortunately. So we go Brain Ant-Man. I guess we could Carnage here, right? We could. Then Carnage steals the buff, which I don't want to do. Do I want Mystique to be another copy of Ant-Man? I don't think so. Good morning, Adin. Hopefully all is well with you. I think this is correct. Cerebro adds some more juice. And then we can just Mystique the Ant-Man here. If they snap, I'm gonna retreat here, but I think there's a chance we win if they don't. Okay, Arnim Zola's gonna get us killed. That's fine. That's fine. Not a whole lot we can do about that. We do not beat 30 here. This was an interesting game. I think the cloning vats kind of debated us a little bit. We got kind of locked up on Widow's Bites, being unable to draw more 4-power things. A little unfortunate, but good chance we should have retreated on the final turn of the game there anyway, to be completely honest. Folks, if you're chilling with me tonight, I ask you to do me one small favour above all else. Just do me a favour and like the video. Press the thumb. Do the thing. Every single like goes a really long way in helping the algorithm push this stream to more people, and we want to get more people involved. So I would really appreciate it if you could. Just going to play out Cloak proactively here, just as a body. Nothing particularly special, but it'll do a job. Just got Sarah. You reckon the Miracle deck is better than the usual Patriot one? I think so. I think at the moment, you can play Sarah Miracle in a lot of different ways, to be completely honest. There's a lot of different ways to play that deck. But overall, I think most of those variants are better than Patriot currently, because there's just a lot of anti-Patriot cards on the ladder right now. So I would say yes, probably. We find the claw. No brain for us yet. Yeah, we've kind of missing parts of every puzzle so far. This is a bit annoying. We can't even claw or magic because of the dream dimension. Oh, jeez, this is bad. No worries, Adam. Happy to help you out, my friend. The hell are we supposed to do here? I'm not really sure we have any good options here, to be completely honest. We definitely don't want a Moon Girl here, so I think I'm just eating the bullet and playing out Quinjet. No, Cloak is like very fine. For the most part, the ability is like pre-mid, like it's only useful for very specific decks. And 4 power instead of 3 on a 2-cost card isn't ridiculous. I mean, we could just play Lizard if all we cared about was raw stats, right? Yeah, opponent snapping here means we are going to run. No brain, no Vibranium Mines. If I double my hand, I can't ever draw Cerebro, unfortunately. Which I don't think we can ever win the game without drawing the brain, so doubling my hand just clogs me up too much. Yeah, the 2 Mystiques are great if I have something to do with them. The problem is that I don't really have anything to do with them. Doesn't the game have too many don't play cards here locations? Kind of. I don't think there's too many, but there is definitely a number. We can't claw turn 5 because of the Dream Dimension. It makes claw cost 6. There's definitely a number, Debka, but oh gosh, Subterranean makes me want to eat my eyes with a spoon. Okay, well I guess we're going to play this rock out in here with a Carnage later. Yeah, I know. I'm aware you meant claw. The old Dream Dimension makes it cost too much for that to be a play, sadly. Alright, well, do I jump this Carnage up? Opponent snaps. I feel like we're probably supposed to run here. This is kind of the downside of playing a deck like this on stream, I think. I think this one is cool, and while the location is here to try and play it, I think we should. But you are going to be retreating a lot when your opponent aggressively snaps and you don't have either Mystique or Cerebro. I think it's just too easy to set cubes on fire if you don't, is the sad truth. Nidavellir, sure. Well, this location is kind of awkward for us too. It's okay, Snap Hero, no problem at all. I'm going to stay out of here for now, see if I can draw magic. Have magic turn this off. Opponent plays out the Quinjet, sure. Ugh. Okay. Well, we're going to keep playing to the sewer system for now, and look to Crystal in there on 4 to spin our hand. These locations suck. I know we kind of talked about this briefly in the Cerebro video that went up on the channel a few days ago, but like location variance is this deck's biggest enemy. So, gonna slam Sabertooth into the Vibranium Mines here, make some 1 power 4 cost staff, and then spin Crystal. If we don't have Quinjet unlocked yet, what would you suggest you play in its place? Honestly, Quinjet's in this deck mostly to play well with the Vibranium, so that you can make it all cost 0 when you draw it. So it's kind of hard to replace that effect specifically. But honestly, if you're just looking for something to replace it with, you can just pluck out just about any 4 power card. Like, I know it sounds like a bit of a cop-out answer, but for the most part, if you're just looking to replace stuff in this deck, just find something as close to it on curve as you can that has 4 power, because that's really the most important aspect of what we're doing here. Got a Crystal spin here, looking for the brain, looking for Mystique. We do not find either of the above. Ugh. Well, this has been kind of crap. I guess we claw mid. This game's been awful. We looked at a lot of cards there too, but unfortunately, no Cerebro. Oh, Dino on the right is a bit of an issue. Sadly, I don't think we're outscaling that one. Maybe we are? Because what we add... 10, 18 power here? No worries, Sean. Happy to help, friend. Okay. Maybe this is good. Opponent snaps. I'm not snapping back. I'm not that confident, but I think we might be able to steal the Vibranium Mines with Iron Man here. Do I think Mysterio would work? No, unfortunately, Mysterio is definitely a no-go. Because it has 5 power, right? You can't have anything above 4, otherwise it steals all the Cerebro buffs and turns off everything else. I think we got there, right? Hell yeah. Claw OP in this spot. Letting Iron Man steal the Vibranium Mines. We'll take our 4 cubes. Thank you, thank you. Again, we're actually doing a pretty reasonable job of winning games with this one when we do not draw Cerebro, which is one of the more impressive aspects of it so far, because nearly every other Cerebro deck I've played has sucked at that. Nice, picking up some missions while we're here. Ooh, we did something. Nice. Let's grab the Season Pass credits as well. And then continue on with our day. Vibranium Mines comes up. Well, we're going to shove a Quinjet in there and I hope to start drawing some Vibranium. Miniaturized lab. Okay. Well, we'll shove a Vibranium in here while we have the chance to do so. Brand new sub coming in. Alex, thank you very much, my friend. Welcome to the YouTube channel here at Marvel Snap Zone. I hope you're enjoying the show so far this evening. More subs coming in. Appreciate that, folks. Thank you very much. Sean, welcome on in. Appreciate you. How about Rescue? Unfortunately, same problem, dude. If you trigger Rescue, she's bigger than 4. And you really don't want that. No play for us on turn 3 here is fine-ish, he says, sheepishly. Killmonger, sure. I mean, Quinjet is gone, unfortunately, but you cannot kill Vibranium. So that's okay. Crystal. Sadly, we can't trigger Crystal here, because the Miniaturized Lab is shut off. Yeah, Cerebro is a really interesting little deck-building puzzle. You'll find a number of things that you think work kind of don't. Man, like, Moon Girl doesn't do anything for us here. Our hand's just clogged up. We're just playing Crystal as a body. We might genuinely be doing that. Ugh. I guess I should play 2 Vibranium Mines here still. Because I'm likely going to claw to bump Miniaturized Lab. Opponent will steal a claw or an Iron Man from us. Sure. So... Claw to buff the Miniaturized Lab is the plan here. For a Cerebro deck, we're doing a terrible job at drawing Cerebro. Devil Dino on the right is going to be okay here for the most part. We're not challenging for Washington, D.C. We find some Vibranium at the end. Well, okay. We're just making a claw here? Is that what we're doing? think I prefer Iron Man Vibranium over making a claw. So that's what I'm going to do. Does our opponent beat 16 on the left? They probably do. Yeah. Yeah, Taskmaster's going to do that. That's unfortunate. Yeah, those work, Sean, for sure. Like, if you're just looking for things that have 4 power, Colleen, not the best, because you're going to discard stuff, but does make Crystal a bit better. And Kingpin is very much just going to be a 3-cost, 4 power thing for the most part, but yeah, they fit the bill. Going to take 1 or 2 more with this one, a couple more games, and then I'll switch on to something else for this evening. This has been a sweet one, but I would actually like to draw Cerebro a little bit more. I don't feel like I've got a fair whack at what the deck actually can do, because we've been kind of crap at drawing it. I'm just going to play Ant-Man in the big house here, because it can go there. Not impossible, we Carnage it away on turn 2. Make a 4-power Carnage. I guess I can just start stacking up Carnages instead, while I wait around with nothing to do. You're very welcome, Sean. That's what I'm here for, bud. Do try to help where possible. Opponent will cable. You know full well they've just stolen Cerebro as well. I can feel it. Withdraw Crystal. Okay. Well, I'll start stacking up Carnage. If I didn't have the deck list like literally next to me, I would be somewhat skeptical of what we were trying to do exactly here. Opponent with the Sabertooth. Okay, so they stole that Sabertooth from us by the looks of it. So we're not going to lose too much sleep over that. Crystal seems actively kind of subpar here. We can Magic New York on turn 5, which is fine. Moon Girl again. My hand is just too full to be doing this. I think I have to find Cerebro, honestly. Like, I'm gonna spin my whole hand with Crystal here. Lose a chunk of card advantage because quite frankly, I don't think we win this game without finding the brain. Where is it? Thank you. Alright. That is something. So, brand new sub coming in from Mirage. Thank you very much. Welcome to the channel. Done the thumbs up. Thank you very much, Nep. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting the channel. Brand new sub, Fiddy Raiden. Welcome on into Marvel Snap Zone. My pleasure to have you here tonight. I'm glad you are enjoying the show. Opponent snaps. Okay. So I think we go Cerebro Mystique and then try and fill the big house on the last turn of the game, right? Hey, Fiddy. Welcome on in. Opponent will Storm Limbo. That's us in trouble. We needed that 7th turn pretty bad. Now I am sad. Oh, that's so crap. Magic showing you why it's not quite as strong since it's nerfed there, unfortunately. Letting our opponent have some counterplay to storm away the limbo puts us in a somewhat compromised position when you spend all of your turn setting up your anthems. Not great. Not great. What's my current standpoint on Silver Surfer? It's probably going to be the first season pass you buy. So, I think that, first of all, Season Pass looks like great value. I think the variants are very sweet. I do think the Collector and the Infinite variant are both very nice. The card Silver Surfer, I'm not 100% sure where it falls, to be honest. It is obviously very good with Brood. It's very good with Wong. But there's not a lot of things that are bad with Wong. Yeah, I think there's going to be some homes for it. I don't think it's going to be, like, insane or anything. I would argue it probably is, like, less playable than something like Black Panther. But I think it's kind of close, to be honest. I think the card is pretty reasonable, and it will have a home in certain decks. So, probably worth picking up, honestly. So we jump our Carnage up to 4 power here. Very nice. We find a Vibranium Mines. Okay, I would like to make stuff, please. Put some Vibranium into my deck. Again, we're doing a really bad job at drawing Cerebro. I would like to do that a little more. I think I'm unlikely to Crystal Spin this time, just because my hand is reasonable enough without the head. But, certainly won't complain if we draw it. Ba-da-bum-bum. Opponent taking their time to think this one through. Looks like they might have a few targets for Forge, maybe. What are you guys most excited about anyway? I'm interested. Like, when it comes to Pool 4, I guess Series 4, that's going to take a while. Series 4, Series 5 cards, what are you looking forward to? What's caught your fancy? What are you most interested in playing? I'm genuinely curious. Opponent fills up Kunlun with Brood. This actually looks kind of like Sarah Miracle to me, the version we were playing on stream on Monday. I think I'm actually going to Crystal, believe it or not. I know I lose a card, but I think there's a lot of high value draws. We find Magic again, that's fine. We find more Vibranium, that's also fine. Think we're going to spin. Can't wait to play Galactus. Galactus is a sweet one, I just have no idea where it goes. Seems like such a hard card to build around. Fatty, I'm very aware of that, don't worry. Like, I just more mean in our opening hands today. Like, we are designed to make Vibranium. You know, we're obviously looking to buff it up with Cerebro and stuff, so we're just going to play into the location as best we can. I just mean that we're doing a pretty decent job, like drawing Carnage, for example, even like Sabretooth, a few other things in our opening hand, and kind of failing to draw Cerebro. Rodrigo, welcome on in. Thank you for the sub, friend. Pleasure to have you here tonight. Well, okay, we will Magic. Thanos as well. Yeah, Thanos is so cool. Like, again, it's another card that I look at and go, oh, okay, how do you build that? What does that deck even look like? But it is hecka cool, for sure. Sounds good, Jim. I hope you managed to find it in your token shop quickly, then. Opponent has filled up. Okay. So we know what we're going to be playing into, at least. Mysterio. This is probably just like a Carnage. Killmonger, sure, that works too. So they do, in fact, have space available. We find Claw, sure. Claw's pretty good here, actually. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11... This works best if we draw Cerebro, kind of screws us if we don't. I feel like we're probably supposed to play this way to play to both of the Central Park locations. Opponent snaps. Not sold on this one, to be honest. Good chance we should retreat here. How many cards are in our deck? 7? Yeah, I think we're running away. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to Silver Surfer too. We played that Sarah Miracle list on stream on Monday that featured Brood and Forge, and I fell in love with it. I think the deck was really fun to play. And I think Silver Surfer alongside Brood also just sounds like a delight, especially if you can play them both on the final turn off of, like, Sarah, for example, or just by themselves. Like, sounds so, so cool. Very much looking forward to exploring that combination. Have a decent turn to play this time in the form of Cloak, at least. We do find ourselves a Vibranium Mine. I think we can hold fire on dumping into this for now. Let's play out Cloak somewhere safe. Opponent will play their Nightcrawler, fill their deck with a little bit of Vibranium. Xandar is actually slightly annoying for this deck, so I'm going to try to avoid it if at all possible. Going to play Sabretooth out to make some Vibranium, then try and Carnage it away. Saving your Collector's tokens just to build that deck, very nice. Missing Mystique and Wong, which you would open. Yeah, for sure. If you're missing both of those and they turn up in your store, oh god, that Cosmos sucks. Turns off Carnage, something bad. All right. But yeah, if you're able to pick them up for 1,000 tokens each, that's pretty good value. Well, this didn't go to plan. Happy to magic away Xandar again to get our 7th turn. What are we doing this turn, though, is the question. Might just be Carnage Ant-Man, to be honest. Don't really want to Moon Girl this hand at the moment. Looking forward to seeing Silver Surfer in December, to be honest. It's cool that it's coming first. I think it's the more interesting of the 2 Data Mines passes, so. Opponent will snap. Sadly, into the face of Wong, I think we're running away here again. Yeah, I think I'm kind of off this one. Concept's pretty sweet, and I was kind of impressed by how often it was able to win games without finding Cerebro. But we're doing a lot of escaping here, which is a bit dodge, unfortunately. Baz, if you're looking for cards to replace in this deck, honestly, just find something on the same like cost with 4 power. That's basically the only benchmark you need to meet for the Cerebro 4 deck. You just need everything to have 4 power. So if you're looking for any replacement, just find another 4-cost card that has 4 power, and you'll be mostly fine, I think. This one is sweet. I think if you're looking for something just unique to play while the location is up, give this one a spin. Give it a try. It does do something that no one else is really doing. Plays very well with Vibranium. I think the Quinjet combination is actually pretty cool. The idea of making the Vibranium free with the Quinjet is specifically very, very sweet. So yeah, give this one a shake if you're in the mood for something like this. However, I'm going to move on for tonight. Hella Destroy. We have some Hella available at some point. We played a lot of discard on Monday though, and one thing I didn't play on Monday that I promised I would play today is some Devil Dino. So I'm going to play a little teeny bit of Pull 3 Dino today to make sure that I play it, because I promised folks that I would on Monday, because I didn't get round to it. So I'm going to grab myself a screenshot of this to share. Bear with me a hot second so I can update the deck. And then I'll walk you through this one in case somehow you're not familiar with the concept of this, I suppose. Even though Devil Dino is a pretty well-established archetype at this point. cool. We're all good. There we go. Yeah, this is a pretty sweet one all around. It's based around this namesake card right here, Devil Dinosaur. You can see I have this nice, cool Winters variant that I'm a big fan of all around. Gets +2 power for every single card in your hand. What can I say? It's been nerfed a couple of times, so you might not be 100% familiar on what the effect is, but that is what that is going to do. No Arnim Dino here. This is the list actually that comes from our very own KM Best. That was shared on their Twitter. This list built around Daredevil and Leader as some linchpin cards to abuse in this particular shell. So, brand new sub coming in. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. So yeah, this list is indeed slightly different. I'm not going to pretend that I understand all of the logistics of it, because the simple truth is I don't. I have read what KM has had to share on Twitter, what he's had to share with us in Discord and stuff, and I've not even played any games with this deck whatsoever yet, so I'm looking forward to figuring out all the synergies and stuff myself as we go. But we do indeed have this little Daredevil package on here. Daredevil, a card that's definitely rising in stock since we've seen an uptick in actual human players, more than we have bots over the course of the ladder, which is very, very sweet. This time plays very, very well with a number of things. We can, of course, Professor X, you can do the thing that everyone does with Daredevil, the Professor Cheese, lock off a location, now that you know your opponent isn't going to play there, which is very, very cool. You also have this powerful punch with Aero. Aero, one of the most popular, most powerful 5-cost cards in the game right now, that you can see where your opponent wants to put stuff, and if you don't want it to be there, you can just move it somewhere else, which is also very, very sweet. Last but not least in this deck, we are looking to abuse Leader on the final turns of the game, so we're a bit chunkier early. We're looking for larger stats early and less space taken up early in order to be able to maximize this effect on the final turn once we are already ahead in locations. So if we're already ahead, we should nearly always win the game when a Leader drops, which is very, very sweet. And again, Daredevil, great at giving you information about how you want to set up your Leader, make sure that you have space available to fill with Leader, makes for a fantastic inclusion in a deck like this. In terms of other bits and pieces that we are using here, there are a number of locations that are somewhat problematic for a deck like this, so Scarlet Witch fills that role at taking them out of the way. Cosmo, obviously just possibly the best hate card in the game right now. Many, many on reveals by many, many decks, so having the ability to turn those off is very powerful and highly recommended. Moon Girl, pretty sweet in this deck all around, just because the Devil Dino duplicating that hand up to do all kinds of silly things. Sometimes you will just play a Dino on 5 and a Dino on 6, thanks to Moon Girl in a shell like this, but she can also just let you have access to more copies of Nightcrawler, more copies of Cosmo, that kind of thing as well, if you really, really need them. Nightcrawler, of course, a really flexible one here. Pretty cool one drop in this deck. You can of course use it to grow Angela a little bit extra if you really want to. Alternatively, you can move it around to make space for Leader on the final turn of the game, which is a very cool nuanced use of this. Rest of the deck is definitely just stats and keeping your hand full for the Dino, so making sure we have things like Sentinel here that keep refilling our hand as we go. White Queen, give us some final endgame options that maybe we aren't playing ourselves, and again keeping our hand full while providing a decent chunk of stats. So, not played this version of this deck before. Looking forward to trying it out, as it looks pretty sweet. So we're going to hop on over, try and click it, we succeed, and we'll play ourselves some Dino. Two Raptors. Don't think that's that bad for this deck. Again, we tend to have space available, and it's also like even, so that we're not getting like cut off of our Leader or anything like that. Opponent with the Quinjet. Okay. Danger Room. One that's been popping up for us a lot recently. I would rather keep the stack out of Danger Room if possible. Opponent with a Collector. Okay, so we've got some hand size control of some kind from our opponent. Very cool. Ugh. Lecaguela is not really what we were looking to see. I think I just want a Cosmo here to shut off opposing reveals, but we are going to have to make some rocks in the process. Agent 13 does go off before we can stop it somewhat, unfortunately. Okay, so this should be pretty good here. We're going to be looking to go Daredevil Nightcrawler into Lecaguela. Grow Angela as big as we can. We can, of course, move the Nightcrawler out later. We'll get rid of this rock. This rock can probably just get chucked in the Danger Room, I imagine. And the plan is going to be to let Daredevil decide whether or not we're playing into Danger Room with Professor X, or whether we're playing Aero. it will let us know which of the two 5-drops we actually want to play on the following turn. And we can, of course, move this Nightcrawler back out and keep growing Angela even bigger if we prefer. Opponent with the hood, and unfortunately for us, it dies. Not exactly what we were looking for. Moon Girl, we're going to make a boatload of demons. That is bad news. We find ourselves a Scarlet Witch. So what is our opponent intending to do here? They are playing over here. They're Devil Dino. They want to challenge us in Lecuguela. Well, I really don't want that. So, I can't guarantee a location. I can guarantee a location, right? I can Professor X to lock up Savage Lands. But then I would have to win Danger Room, which I don't think I want to do. But wherever I drag the Dino, I'm going to have to struggle to beat anyway. I guess I'm going with locking this up. Seems like the better of the two players. Not sure though. Savage Lands is locked up, and then we can move out Nightcrawler, play Aero. And this won't drag anything, but it will add 10 stats to Lecuguela. Or we can just Aero mid and hope it doesn't die. I think this is less risky. Opponent just filled. Okay, sure. Glad that we didn't risk the death, because we would never have beat the Dino anyway. But indeed, 10 power not enough here. Coming up a little bit short, as our opponent's hand kept pretty full over the course of that game. Interesting one. A lot of cool little decision points there, especially with the Daredevil. We had a number of options, and I'm not entirely sure which one was better. Curious. We do finish our last mission of the day while we're jamming. Very cool. Okay, ongoing effects being doubled is pretty good for Devil Dino, somewhat unsurprisingly. Pretty happy to run out our Nightcrawler. We can move it out later if we require. No Angela in sight to make it worth holding, I don't think. Well, that's a pretty good place to move it, and I'm probably going to do that now while we have the chance. Just play out a Daredevil here. Don't think there's any reason to play right. I think we're pretty happy to just play into the location where we know it's safe. Put it with the Mojo. Okay, well, we're going to try not to put 4 cards over there if we can help it. Oh, come on. That sucks. Alright, well, gonna have to try and stack up Onslaught Citadel here to slide stuff into Sanctum Sanctorium, because instead, we don't get to keep our Nightcrawler there anymore. Maybe we do, but we are now losing to this Mr. Fantastic, so I'm not sure we want to do that. Hey, brand new sub coming in. Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you. Welcome to the channel. Hey, Leon. Free to play. You have 3 days or more. Stuck in rank 71. Your level's 9, 10. You should be fine. I think you can make it in enough days. You'll be fine. Patrick, thank you for the sub, friend. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for supporting what we're doing over here. It means a lot. No wonder you play against 9 Shang-Chi in a row. Yeah, this deck is definitely a little soft to the old Shang-Chi. You're not wrong. So opponents on Ongoing Destroyer based on this Warpath, so they're not going to want to play into Onslaught Citadel if they can help it. We do get to know where they're going this turn though, which is very nice. Yeah, Dino's a good deck. Dino's a good deck. So opponent is going to Professor X into the ongoing Citadel. Well, I got some bad news for you, friend. I would like to put a Dinosaur there. Is that acceptable? No, it's not. No, it's not even remotely acceptable. Fair enough. Opponent wants no part of that BS. Man, Daredevil is just a card I really should get around to playing with more. I think a lot of the people that were off Daredevil were like, oh no, it doesn't see play because, you know, too many bots, whatever. I think the more we see human players, like Daredevil just gives you all kinds of great toys. Yeah, Ongoing Destroyer tends to have Spectrum. We very much expected it. Do we ever take away Elysium? I think so. Elysium's not really a location that benefits us particularly well. Yeah, Rogue and Magneto are both pretty good cards. Well, I wish I'd played the Nightcrawler first, but that's certainly a location to flip up off Scarlet Witch. Sorry to my opponent's Daredevil. Any date confirmed for the new update? So, technically no, but again, we have been made aware that you should expect the patch before the new Season Pass. So, new Season Pass lands on December 5th, 2022, so you should expect to see it before that. That's quite the grind, Forest. Well done. So, like, maybe a week and a half. Maybe. We draw ourselves a Moon Girl. Okay, sure. Yeah, don't worry, I'm jamming down here at 60 right now too, but this is not my only account, this is just the account with all the cards. So I don't get to play on this one as much as I might like to. Sashka, thank you very much, I appreciate that. That really means a lot. Thank you for checking it out. Welcome on into a live stream, and thank you for stopping by. Oh, that's interesting. It should show you what as long as you hover over it, Nick. So I'll show you now when the opponent makes a play, just to show you, because you don't see it straight away. But you do have to hover over the card so that you know. But I've not tried it on mobile, so I actually don't know. Can't seem to get past 42, that's a rough one. Can you get 245 before the patch? Potentially, Reggae. We actually put a video up earlier on the channel, if you want to go check it out when you get a chance, about all the stuff you should be doing before the patch drops. And One Kind Soul on Twitter has done the math on how many collector levels you can gain per day, depending on, you know, whether you're free to play, whether you're willing to use your gold, whether you're willing to spend money. And so you can figure out if you can make it and go to look at that graph. So I highly recommend doing that. So yeah, we can't see it here, for example, but if we hover over it, we can see that it's an Iron Man. But we can't actually see it here. We have to click. So opponent reveals first, so Aero doesn't do us any good here. I think we are just going to double a Dino. Yeah, Daredevil always works fine on PC. I've just never played it on mobile. No worries, Nick. You're welcome. Ongoing is still hype? Yeah, for sure. There's plenty of good options out there right now. So I think we snap and leader, right? I don't think we can lose. Leader should just be GG's. See if our opponent wants to stick around. Opponent snaps back. Okay, let's see if I'm horribly wrong. I use the PC version on Steam. It is obviously a bit clunky right now with it not being widescreen and stuff, but I've cut it up for the overlay so that it looks a little bit better. But yeah, obviously for the most part, For the most part, it is whichever you prefer. But yeah, we use the Steam version. It is better for us all round. Nice, maximum 8 cubes picked up from Leader being an absolute Chad. We take those. Whee! On to the next one. But yeah, you can go grab it off Steam, or you can use what do you call it? You can use BlueStacks. You can use BlueStacks as well if you wish. Play out our Nightcrawler here, try and get it into the Sanctum Sanctorium. Oh, Shang-Chi, sure. I shouldn't say we can't lose, because we definitely can. There are a number of cards that can punk us out of nowhere there, but massively favoured is probably the way of putting it. Worth snapping, I guess. Well, Sinister London makes me look a bit silly for running this out aggressively, but that's fine. We'll move this over. Play out our Angela. This should be tier 1. I don't think it's currently in our tier 1 this week, mostly because this version of Dino, with all the arrows and stuff, is very much a new archetype we're still getting data on, so we're kind of working on the data to see whether or not it's got a high enough win rate. Once it's got some more games under it, we'll know for sure, but at the moment we don't know. Oh yeah, if opponent has Shang-Chi, I get owned. That's fine. Do I have any recommendations for a budget death deck? You're still missing Venom, Deadpool, Hood. So you can live without Venom. Venom's fine. You can just play any card that you're fine. I think we're fine. I was too busy talking, to be honest. Deadpool and Hood you can replace with a number of one-cost cards that you're just fine destroying for the most part. Obviously they're not as good, but those are your answers. Venom, if you're not playing things like Deathlock already, if you're not playing like Yondu for a destruction, those are probably where you'd want to go. Beast Collector, yeah, Beast Collector's pretty sweet. Witch the London was definitely a line for sure. I'll be honest, not where my brain was focused on chat. The joys of being focused on chat, unfortunately, is that sometimes you do miss gunk like that. I think I'm just going to Daredevil for info here, actually. It's fun. It's hella fun, for sure. This game needs a Killmonger? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yondu's a pretty good one for destruction effects, for sure. Got Cerebro and now Magneto back-to-back. Jeez. Is Magneto a staple in any deck at the moment? Not a staple in everything by any stretch, but it does see play in things like Bayro, some of the more location-based control decks. It even sees play in like Hela sometimes as a thing you can discard and reanimate. So sees plenty of play. Definitely a solid card. Man, I'm not used to getting distracted by chat. So opponents just not playing things out here, which means that there is a Infinite on the way, and with Sinister London still being here, we are not going to do that. But yes, chat is 100% correct. The line to take there is not to play the Cosmo into Sinister London. It is just to Scarlet Witch it away and make sure that we are the only one with access to Sanctum Sanctorium. We didn't do that, which was pretty shit. Who am I? That's a deep question. Am I also the site admin, or can I explain what my role is? Sure, absolutely, yeah. So, how do I put this? So, I am not the only person behind .gg. The owner is not me. I don't own the site, unfortunately. And I'm not involved with the back end. So, anything like technical and stuff, that's not so much me. But I can forward your feedback, let people know what's going on, that kind of stuff. I am mostly the community manager for both Marvel Snap Zone and a number of other sites on the .gg network, which is the overall network that runs all these websites. So I manage a number of communities, I create content, I edit articles, I film video, I do live streams for that site. I write articles for myself as well to put out and do news. So kind of imagine that I'm a bit of a community manager, a bit of a journalist, a bit of a content creator. Kind of a bit of a mix of everything depending on what site needs me to do what, basically. Hopefully that makes some kind of sense. I'm a bit of a multi-tool. I also do the thumbnails. I also am a graphic design man that makes thumbnails. So that is also me. Vibranium Mine's not too bad, I don't think, here. I'm just gonna, yeah, I think we'll just start stacking Angela over here. Serenegative's so fun. Yeah, Serenegative's one of my favourite decks to play too. It's definitely just not quite as good since the nerf, but I do love it. It's just a lot of fun. I don't really want Machine World to exist, to be honest. I would like this one to go away. No worries, Sashka. Happy to help. Ooh, okay. Opponent playing some Cerebro goodness. There is a Pool 2 tier list on the website. You can go and find it immediately. Just go give it a click up in Pool 2, and you'll find not only a tier list for every single card in the Pool Series 2, but you'll find a chunk of deck lists and stuff as well. Plenty of Pool 2 content on the website. Go take a look. Batlord, thank you, my dude. I appreciate that. That really means a lot. Welcome on into the channel. My pleasure to have you here tonight. I think I can beat this snap. Salsa, thank you so much, my friend. We're doing our best to, do a good job at putting out content and making sure that we have all the resources you need. In the same vein, if you've got feedback, guys, there's things you want to change, things you want to see on Marvel Snap Zone that aren't there right now, you can either let me know, we can chat about it right now, or you can come and join us in the community Discord server as well and chat with literally thousands of other Snap players and talk about everything you could possibly ever want to know involving Marvel Snap. I think we just lock down Strange Academy here. What does Cerebro do? Gives everything with the highest power +2. So if everything is tied for the highest power, it will juice them all up. Can't wait for the tracker. Me either. I'm actually using it right now as we continue to beta test it. We are still in the process of testing all the details of it, but there is a tracker on the way. If you want more details about the tracker, you can go find them on the website right now. But as soon as we have a confirmed release date, we will let you know. Alright, well, we locked down this Strange Academy just fine. I guess I just fill up cloning vats now. And we should be A-okay. That is a whole lot of Cerebro doing not a whole lot of anything, honestly. I snapped, don't worry. I snapped. You've been floundering in the mid-30s for about a week, trying to build a... Okay, Batlord, I get you for sure. It's tough out there, especially when you're missing some Pool 3 cards. Thankfully, Collector's Tokens are on the way, so not long to wait for that now, fingers crossed. And there is some budget options available on the site if you like. We have some Pool 2 decks and some other decks available in the budget section of the tier list. So if you want to go check those out, those would be our recommendations. We're working with the guys at Snap Pro to make a tracker right now, track your games, replay your games, so you can check your history, that kind of stuff as well. All kinds of features. Collection tracker will be built into that, so you can check out all your shiny variants, all that kind of cool stuff. Keep track of how many cubes you won, what boosters your cards went to, everything you could possibly want will be coming in that tracker. We are just beta testing it to make sure that it works. We don't want to release it and it not do everything. So trust me, when it's available and ready to go, we will let you know, and the download link will be on the website as soon as we have more information on that one. Shadowland is kind of whatever. Gonna hold the Nightcrawler here to try and boost Angela a little extra. Fingers crossed, Salsa. Good luck. Thank you, Nick. We appreciate that. Doing our best to make some cool, shiny stuff. Again, same thing, guys. If you've got feedback, what you want to see in a tracker, how you want it to work, by all means, let us know. All the feedback is super appreciated. Hop in the Discord. Tell us what you want to see. The more you tell us, the more we can do. The better we can make it all look and work. You quit Marvel Strike Force for Snap. I hear that one a lot, actually. A lot of people moved over to a brand new Marvel game. Oh, it's almost ready. Thinking we could share a download link for current viewers, maybe. Chat, what do you think? Chat, if you think you want to be the first people in the world to have access to a beta version of our tracker, you should probably like the stream right now. If you like the stream, maybe Terrence will be really nice, who is behind .gg, by the way. That is Terrence, the owner of Marvel Snap Zone right now. And maybe he'll drop a link for you to download it in the chat. Maybe. Maybe. I have no control over that. I will take no responsibility. Don't spam caps though, or you'll get timed out apparently. Get us to 60 likes for the link. That seems like a target we could aim for, maybe. Okay, so I think we just slammed Dino here, honestly. The more data we have, the better it is, even though it's not quite ready yet. I guess that's the thing to keep in mind, folks. If you do end up with access to this, you got to remember it's still in beta. We're still testing stuff and still making sure it all works. So do keep that in mind, of course. But if Terrence wants to drop a download link, I won't stop him. When will the patch be out? Patch, once again, you're looking for any time before December 5th. We don't have an exact date. Unfortunately, we wish we did. Leader is just kind of free here, right? I think so. But you should be any time between now and December 5th. So about a week and a half tops. Good luck with the laddering. Thank you, Reggae. Appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Hey, Caitlin. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the chat. It's only our second stream, so it's nice to have you here. No, unfortunately, Nick, no one from Second Dinner has spoken to us yet, but we would love that. That would be great. Whoa! That wasn't the leader I was expecting. That was a lot more stuff than I expected, and that Shang-Chi just ate my soul. Well, that didn't work. Design, hopefully, fingers crossed. We're not expecting it to be like in the next 7 days. We'd be shocked if it was that fast, but not impossible. What's so fun about this game is how meta changes weekly for sure. Yeah, 100%. The 3 best cards to pull in Pool 3. Wong, Sarah, like the immediate ones that come to mind. Then there's a few others fighting for 3rd, I think. Probably Aero right now. Aero's probably up there. Thank you, Caitlin. We appreciate that. We're glad that you're enjoying your time on the site and having a good time with it. We hope to be able to keep helping you out with that kind of stuff in the future. So, thank you very much. Bear with me, folks, for 1 second. I do apologise if I appear to have slightly split attention. I've just got to deal with something on YouTube that is causing me a bit of a hassle. So, if I miss any messages for a second, I do apologise. I will be back to seeing chat in just a second. Just got to make sure something isn't broken midstream because it would be kind of problematic. This is mostly fine. I don't think Angela getting hit here kind of sucks. I think I'd like to turn Asgard off, so we're going to do that. Go over here. Oh, negative zone, not exactly what I had in mind, but sure. So let's just play out the Angela and then start stacking onto it, fingers crossed. Right, over here. That's not what we're trying to do. My apologies, folks. 1 moment. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so we're getting flooded. That's not great, honestly. I guess we're going to load some stats into here and try and move Nightcrawler in later if we're lucky. Right, that should now be resolved. Attention back on chat. Thank you, thank you. Alpha version tracker download link for our community. That would be great, Terrence. I've just turned you into a mod, so you should now be able to post it if you really want to. You missed them all still? That's a shame. Stuck at 71, what should you try with... without you knowing your collection, unfortunately, AKB, it's kind of hard for me to tell you. My favourite card, probably Mr. Negative, to be honest. I do love me some Mr. Negative. You have Aero, she's fun. Don't have Wave. Aero's great. I do love Aero. Opponent playing Magic on Hellfire Club. Okay. Pretty sure I'm just slamming the Dino then, in which case. There we go, folks. Go, 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 go. If you want to be the very first people in the world to have access to the Marvel Snap Pro tracker, keep in mind, again, it's in alpha. It's definitely still in alpha, so keep in mind it will be a bit temperamental. But there is a download link in chat for you right now to go and get your hands on it. Go check it out. Give us some data. Let us know what you think. Isaias, thank you very much for the kind words, my friend. I appreciate that. We're going to keep trying to do an amazing job. I promise, we're not going anywhere. We will keep doing our best. Think we're good here? Wave is also very strong, yes. Aero, Wong, Sarah, Mystique, Taskmaster. I agree with all of those except for Taskmaster, I think. Tracker tester on Discord? We certainly can. I obviously can't do that right now. But you can do it if you like, or I can do it when the stream finishes. It's up to you. Okay, and then we just... Aero mid was the plan. Is it for PC? Currently, I believe so. I don't think you can install it on mobile currently. I know we've been having some trouble with iOS specifically. We just Aero right here, right? Aero mid doesn't guarantee it because we lose the Dino. Yeah, by all means, try it out, guys. Let us know. All the data we can get helps us get it out to people faster. All right, let's Aero mid. Let's Aero mid. Let's Aero mid. Let's Aero mid. Pull the Odin away. Pull the Odin away. Pull the Odin away. If it's an Odin, I'm going to do a flip. It's it's a solar. Goodbye. Goodbye. Face Down Ninja, thank you for the brand new sub. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Pleasure to have you here tonight. Another new subscriber coming in. Benjamin, thank you so much for joining us here at Marvel Snap Zone. We appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nice Arnim Zola opponent. Washington, D.C. Not going to hold this Nightcrawler at the moment, as we do not have any Angela to back it up. Negative zone is not exactly what we were looking for here, but sure. Guess we'll start stacking Angela on the right. Opponent will Scarlet Witch it away for us. Nice. Into Hell's Kitchen. Yeah, there was a good chance it was a Zola, for sure. I don't think we actually want Vibranium Mines with this current deck, so we would like to do this. Can I link the deck code? I can probably export it for you after this game, yeah. What main programming language was it written in? I'm afraid that's above my pay grade. That's not a question I don't do the tech stuff for Snapzone, unfortunately. I'm just a content creator and an article writer. So in terms of that kind of stuff, your best bet for an answer, if you'd like to hop into the community Discord, you can probably come and ask in there, and the guys that are going to have that information can probably let you know all about it. But sadly, I am not that guy. Miniaturized Lab is a pretty damn good hit for us here. I'm going to Moon Girl and try and make a bunch of dinosaurs. Dinosaur question mark? Aero will move the dino, sure. That's no big deal. So we just aero mid here. Keep everything away from the other two locations. All but Aero and Daredevil. Unfortunately, I think Daredevil's quite important for this deck. Aero might be replaceable, though. I think Aero mid is correct. There's another link for you, folks, if you missed it earlier on. If you want to be one of the first people to get your hands on the alpha version of the Marvel Snap Tracker that we're working with the guys at Snap Pro, there's a download link in the description. Go grab it. Get it installed. Let us know what you think, how you feel, and how we can improve it moving forward. Yeah, Gene, that deck is really good. I can't deny the fact that Wong Reveal right now is very, very strong. Oh, I forgot about the deck code. Hang on. Let me see if I can get it real quick. Hey, Josh. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you might be. Hopefully all is well with you. Let's go grab the share code, deck copy to clipboard, and then hopefully I can just pop this in the YouTube chat. I cannot pop this in the YouTube chat because it is too large. Yeah, unfortunately, guys, I cannot share this deck code. It is too big for YouTube chat. I'm not allowed to send it. It's too large. Connected works. Good stuff. Let me know what you think, Sasha. Keep us up to date on how you feel about it. Same thing, guys. Let us know how you feel. Predictions for Nerf. Aero, Destroyer, Professor X, and Angela. All of those make some kind of sense to me. I'm not entirely sure how you would nerf Professor X, though, to be honest. Totally fair, Brandon. I understand. It's obviously a complaint we've got from a lot of folks recently. Hopefully the collector's tokens can help you fix that. Is it on the site? Sadly not, .gg. This one was taken from KM Best. And I don't believe it is on the site. It's on their Twitter, so I don't believe it's currently on the site. So, pretty happy to just chuck this into nowhere and then shut another on reveal location off with Cosmo, I think. Do I have a best way to gain Season Pass XP? Not really, unfortunately, Gene. It's very much just a case of playing the game. I don't really have any hacks for that, sadly. Oh, snap! What the hell? Game broke. There are now no on-reveals anywhere in the world. Ben, there will be in the near future. You will have we'll have a Discord channel for the tracker very soon. Just literally, I didn't know we were going to release an alpha until right now, because it's the first time anyone's mentioned it to me. Nerfing Profit be hard? Yeah, exactly. I kind of agree. It is open source. Yeah. Can I estimate how many hours a week it would take you to get 100 CL in a week? So from the chart we published earlier on, I know that a week it will require you to have it's like 300 and something collector levels in a week. So that's if you do everything. So you would probably have to do about a third of everything. Do I know how much that would be? No idea, I'm afraid. Armor and Cosmo. Okay. Do you need an account for the tracker? You probably will, yes. Yeah. Pacing the deck builder? Sure, I'll try in a minute. I'm juggling a few too many tabs. Dimitri, unfortunately, I think so. Based on what KM said on Twitter, this deck is built around Daredevil and Leader. So I'm going to guess that you do kind of need both. It's a bit of a hard one to play otherwise. Do we just make a bunch of rocks? Does that get us anywhere? Probably not. I think I'm out of here. I will see if I can't make this into a deck real fast while we're live and get it out to people that want it. This is actually a pretty good example, right? You want to know how quick it is to build the deck in the Marvel Snap Zone deck builder? You're about to find out, as I do one at the speed of light. He says before Marvel Snap crashes and doesn't... Hello? Game? We're all good. My computer caught back up. This is how quick it is. You want to make a deck? It's really quick and really fast. There you go. If you would like the list. There you go. You love the replay? Me too. Replaying your games out is insane. It's so good to be able to go see how you played things turn by turn. I'm a really big fan. Got the alpha connected. Good stuff. Happy to hear it, Kieran. Keep that disruption deck going. Happy to hear Too Many Lies. Thank you again for checking it out. I guess mostly, guys, thank you for bearing with me a bit. I've not been streaming to this many people in a hot second. This is only the second stream we've done on YouTube, so I'm loving chatting with you all, but it's taken me a while to get used to juggling so many things again. I am rusty, so thank you for bearing with, and thank you for enjoying the show. I really appreciate it. Let's get Cosmo tucked in the Nexus, shall we? That seems pretty good. Hey, Pryburn, good afternoon. Do I think it's possible to make Infinite from rank 60 on the remaining time? Do I think a new card weekly will be non-free-to-play friendly? So, two different questions. Do I think you can make Infinite? You definitely can. It just depends on how much you want to play Marvel Snap. Like, I wish it was less clean cut than that, but that's really the truth. How much do you want to play? You can definitely get there, but it just depends on how much you want to. Do I think the new card weekly will be a non-free-to-play friendly? I think it's probably going to be less detrimental than it would have been if we didn't have the token shop. I think overall, free-to-play players are going to get a lot of bonuses going forward that they wouldn't have had previously. I think the game is going to be better for them overall, so I think it kind of outweighs the negatives. Thank you, Caitlin. You're far too sweet. That means a lot. Without Debris and Rockman? Oh, Debris is like the ultimate troll card. I'm not sure how you do that. Build around Carnage Venom. There are definitely a ton of stuff you can do with Carnage and Venom. If you want some suggestions, by all means hop on over to Marvel Snap Zone. We'll have plenty over there. Is this enough? I don't think this is enough. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Definitely not. Okay. Juggling too many things. In terms of sharing what you've got so far, if you want to do that, hop on over to our community Discord server. You can share all the deck lists you possibly want over in the community Discord server in our deck list channels. If you post a link in chat, the bot will try and ban you, so don't do that. You can't devote more than an hour or two each day. Yeah, to be honest, I don't really play more than that except for when I'm live on stream, so I don't think you really need to be playing that much, honestly. Glad you think so, Gene. This is just a copyright-free playlist to make sure it's safe for YouTube, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. Alrighty, so Mirror Dimension is mostly fine for a deck like this. I don't see any massive problems here. We'll run out on Nightcrawler. Don't have an Angela to hold. Yeah, grinding is like, you know, not perfect in Marvel Snap. You have to stop eventually. The tracker won't work. That's a bit unfortunate. Just make sure you've picked the right install. Give it a click open. If you've got any other problems, again, just pop us a message in the Discord. Make sure it doesn't get missed. Unfortunately, our only 2-drop got hit by Iceman here, which is ass. At least that way you can like share some screenshots and stuff and we can know what's going on as well. Have you guys made a calculation on when or how much you have to play for season pass value? Honestly, I can't say we have, mostly because I think it's pretty obvious that it's like great value. If you look at how much it costs to buy you gold, like you're getting way over that amount of gold by buying the season pass if you were to just spend like £9 on the season pass in the first place. So personally, I don't think we have, but it's insane value, so I would definitely do so if you fancy spending some money. Discord server, yeah, the link gets posted periodically by the command. I'll see if I can't grab it for you in a hot second. If not, This is mostly fine. This leader is super discounted, which is beyond hilarious. I do think we are just stacking up Daredevil Sentinel though. If Terrence would like to be a gem and post a link to the Discord server, I'd appreciate that. Otherwise, I'll try and grab it in a hot second when I get a chance. But you're super welcome, folks. Thank you very much for the kind words. Opponent with the Wong. Okay. Until Ego starts playing your deck horribly. Yeah, Ego's very guilty of doing that. Okay, so opponent's going with a white tiger into the Nexus here. So we know this is going to be 10, 11, 12, but they still can move Nightcrawler. Sadly, we reveal second here, so we don't get to just Cosmo shut this down, which is a bit unfortunate. Thank you, Terrence. I appreciate that. I've got it on a timer so that it posts periodically, but I have the wrong link copy and pasted right now. There you go, folks. If you haven't already, come and join the conversation. There are literally thousands of people in our Discord server now. Like over 3,000. Talking about everything Marvel Snap all day, every hour of the morning. Come and say hello. Too Many Lies. It's the one that we are talking about on the website, but that is its own app. We're working with the guys at Snap Pro to make it something you download that can track your games and do all kinds of other stuff. It's the one that we've mentioned being beta tested on the website. We just have an alpha version available in the chat for people tonight. So, leader should be free here, correct? Pretty sure this is gold. Brand new stab coming in. Sander, welcome to the channel. Caitlin, normally there would be a dedicated channel for the tracker. Obviously, we haven't got that set up just yet because we dropped it a bit spontaneously. That being said, for now, you can pop screenshots in... Shall we take a look? Let's go have a look. If you've got screenshots of what the tracker is doing and or not doing that you'd like to report, you can probably go pop it in just like non-game discussion. If you want to put it in general chat, there is a general chat channel for non-game discussions in the server. And you can pop them in there if you like for now until we get something set up. Perfect. Leader doing exactly what leader is supposed to do. Glad you're having a good one with it, Kieran. Lovely to hear. I'm going to take one more game with this Dino deck, then I'm going to switch things up and move on over to something else. I think I'll probably run a poll. I think I'm probably going to run a poll for the next deck. So if you are interested in deciding what we play next, stay tuned. I'll throw up a poll. Yeah, you know, I'll play this game, and then I'll throw up a poll before the next game so that I can have one more game while we decide. That sounds like the best way of doing it. World ship. Well, okay, this is going to be pretty quick. Goodbye, other locations. You will not be missed. So what's the play here? This is obviously happening. I don't think we need to rush and play anything on turn 2. We want 3, 4, 5, and 6. So, largest amount of stats possible. Let us just... Sentinel. Opponent will Debris. Debris does nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Moon Girl, question mark. Into the thing. So opponent looks like they're on Patriot, maybe? I'm going to snap before I play this Dino. Because this should be pretty big. Thump. 15. Into Aero seems like the best we can do. Have I ever tried to make an Avengers deck? I haven't tried doing anything super themed, to be honest. I don't know if there's much of demand for that. Yeah, can't get 2 Devil Dinos, but I don't need to because my hand is full of stuff. Good evening, Vaughn. Welcome on in, my friend. Hopefully all is well. Alright, as promised, going to change deck, moving into the next one. What do I feel like playing? Let's throw up this poll. What do you folks want to see? We'll give you some options. Start a poll. Do you want... Okay, what deck next? What deck next? Question mark. Let's go... Lockjaw Dracula. If I can spell, that is. Lockjaw Dracula. Let's go Wong Reveal. Let's go Sarah Negative. And let's go Destroyer. So, poll is now up for you folks. If you want to know what you want me to play next, get your votes in and I will pick the highest scoring deck at the end of this final game with Dino. So, get those votes in. Let me know what it is that you want to play. Yeah, the Prof X was probably fine there, Nick. Good shout, actually. When does the patch go live? Sometime between now and December 5th, so no longer than a week and a half. Could literally be any day, though, so don't have an exact date for you, sadly. Get those votes in while you're down there voting. Do me a favour, press the thumb, like the stream, help push this out to more people so that we can, in fact, see more stuff on stream. That would be great. You're a Collection 887. Do I think you can push to 1,000? Absolutely. We put a graph up on YouTube earlier on today. If you want the exact numbers on how many collector levels you can earn each and every day, you can go take a look. And it will, in fact, prove to you that you can make it in plenty of time if you play enough. So go take a look if you're not sure. Yeah, not long now at all, Burn. Really, really, really looking forward to it. Spike into Atlantis. Okay. Thank you for the link, .gg. Appreciate you. Do we fill up with Brood? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. I think I would prefer to Cosmo here, honestly. I expect Heimdall if Iron Fist is here. Not sure what the rest of this is about, though, so maybe not. I think I'm still going to Cosmo, truth be told. Probably got another minute or two to get those votes in, folks. If you particularly want to see a deck up next, now is the time to do it. Squeak those votes in for me and let me know. We find some Vibranium, opponent with a Captain America. Alrighty. So, I do not have enough space to get myself another Dino here. So, I am probably just going to Brood. And it looks like I'm probably filling Atlantis this game too. Am I? Maybe I'm not. Let's throw this over here. Sarah Negative currently just in front of the discard deck by about 2%. There's very, very few votes in it. So if you've got a preference, now is the time to let me know. Opponents stacking up into the Vibranium Mines. When's the update dropping? Once again, anytime between now and December 5th. We do not have an exact date, as much as I wish we did, but no more than a week and a half. Christoph, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the brand new sub, my friend. Absolute pleasure having you here tonight. Welcome, welcome. Let's see if we can sneakily lock this off. This is maybe a bit greedy. This seems super greedy. Should I do this? There seems like absolutely no reason for me to go for this. Oh, it's the last game with the deck. Screw it. Content. Stole it. New York now on lock. And we can... So this will be 3 cards left. So it will be plus 6. So 9 plus 4. Math 13 plus 7 is 20, which should be enough to lock this up as well. Quick question, you unlocked a new card in Pool 3 and right after you stopped getting boosters after the games. That seems exceptionally strange, and that's not something I've heard of happening before, so afraid I can't help you there. Opponent moves Vision and Nightcrawler out. Maybe this isn't enough. Jessica Jones up to 13. Is this 7? It is not 7. We are all Gucci. Very nice. Dino taking its final game of the night as well. We'll call the poll there. It looks like everybody has voted where possible, and you would like to see some Sarah negative. So that is what we're going to move on to next and have some fun with that one. It is my favourite deck in the game, so we can definitely do that. It will let me show off some of my favourite variants too. So, as always, just going to grab a screenshot of this one real quick to change over for the in-game screen, so don't worry while I do that, but you can take a cheeky peek now. There you go, over we go onto the deck list screen, nice and easy stuff. So, if you're not familiar with Sarah Negative, I mean, where have you been? This deck was the best deck in Marvel Snap for the longest time, and had to be practically nerfed into the floor to stop it from being quite so dominant. It is based around 2 cards as namesakes, the first of which is this one here, Mr. Negative. It will swap the power and cost of all the cards in your deck when it does its thing. Now, that leads to very, very powerful combinations over the course of a game. Sarah is going to reduce those cards by 1 more on the final turn of the game to make you have even more explosive games where your deck costs like 3 to 4 less than it should. And when you have that kind of flexibility, you have all kinds of power. You can play 1-cost cards on the last turn of the game. You can play 0-cost Iron Men. You can magic to give yourself an extra turn and draw more cards that are stupidly reduced. Bishop grows exponentially large when you play your entire hand every game. Mojo always huge because your locations are always full. You see a lot of the power in this final turn of the game. Lily Bowling, thank you and welcome to the channel. Brand new sub. Pleasure to have you here. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I love this deck. It is fantastic, and it lets me show off this rogue as well. Look at this rogue variant. It's just my favourite variant that I own. It is absolutely stunning, and any chance that I get to play it, I absolutely will. So, over we go. Let's play some Sarah Negative. You are at collection level 1500. Should you try to get to 3k? That one seems a bit ambitious, unfortunately, X Factor. I think you almost certainly won't make it to 3k before we have the patch drop. Hand has Negative and Sarah, so I'm going to snap. Any good decks that can make it with Black Widow? For the most part, Black Widow kind of shines in those location decks. Things like Storm, Jessica Jones. It plays pretty well with Wong as well if you've got it. But you should be looking for location denial, you know, Spider-Man, Storm, Juggernaut, that kind of stuff, basically. Is there a replacement for Magic and Rogue? Rogue is definitely a tech card in this deck, you don't need it, it's just very good against all the ongoing cards. Magic, you can definitely play without if you don't have it. It does kind of hurt, you do want it. Your best bet is to then play another card that lets you high roll even more, so you're going to be looking for something that has 0 power but has a very high impact. Maybe something like Arnim Zola. Would be where my brain would go first. Elysium makes this even more disgusting. So, we are just going to run out this Bishop. Opponent has a Nakia here, no big deal. I'm going to throw Mr. Negative to his impending death, because I do not want him taking up space. But I do want his on reveal. So, into Death's Domain you go, where you can't hurt anybody anymore. Deck gets the old Flipperino, and Negative is gone. Opponent with the Forge into Brood, sure. So they are filling up Death's Domain. We are going to have to win these other 2 locations because we probably can't get in there. Good to hear, Andrew. Thank you for the suggestion. Ooh, that's pretty good. All right. Sarah is now going into Onslaught Citadel, and everything is about to cost 1. Everything is about to cost 1, and then Magic can hopefully turn off Death's Domain, and we can just go completely berserk. Ooh, look! A 0 cost 5 power Iron Man. That seems pretty good. Alright, so Magic is going over here. Angela, Blue Marble. These are both happening in this spot basically always. I think I can hold on to these until another turn, however. Oh yeah, when Sarah Negative does its things, it just feels like you're cheating. It just feels like you are cheating. I would like a turn 7, please. This has been like the perfect example of what this deck is trying to do as well. Now we're just looking to draw Mystique here so we can make even more Iron Mans. That would be great. Would you look at that? It's pretty good. We'll hold on to the Wolfsbane, see where it needs to go. Opponent will Black Panther into Onslaught Citadel. Sure. Stats, stats, stats. It's time to step on the stats. I think all roads kind of lead to Rome here. Not going to think about it too much. Opponent agrees, and they would like to stop playing the game now. Seronegative, everyone. Showing you exactly when it works, why it is quite so silly. On to the next one. I love this deck. It is just like my favourite way to play. I do miss being able to play Magic on turn 6 though. If that makes me a bad person, so be it. No turn 2 play for us here, sadly. Not got negative here either, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame. Opponent will snap. Okay. Do I try and make a Hulk, or do I just extend into Niveldir? I think we'll just go into Niveldir. Seems a little greedy to play into Gamelab. Yeah, Psylocke is quite a common choice in Seronegative. Personally, I don't end up running it just because most games where I draw negative on time, I already feel like I'm probably going to win. I don't need to accelerate to it earlier, but it's a really good alternative to Magic. You can play one or the other, I think. The only problem is, of course, Psylocke is worse if you draw it after the flip. So opponents definitely want Gamelab unless I can suddenly pull a Shang-Chi out of my ass. Which is fine. We'll just go Bishop here on the left. Look to Serra on 5 and then double Iron Man on 6, perhaps? If you don't have Rogue, who's a good substitute? You can play things like Ironheart as other 3-cost cards with low power that play well with a flip. Ironheart's probably my go-to. You could definitely just play something like Enchantress if you want the effect. Ben, currently the tracker is going to be tracking your collection, your games played, hopefully your variants in the near future. You can play your games back, you can have replays, the cubes you won, so we can track cube averages and win rates and stuff like that. And hopefully much, much more in the future. As we say, still in alpha right now, so it is not, not complete just yet. How do we win Hell's Kitchen here? Oh, Raven, I'm sorry. That's not ideal. The best thing I can probably say is that the chart that is referenced in that that video is in the article. So if you want to go check out the article, you can, and it will just show you the chart. And it can show you how much gold you'd have to spend, how many credits you can earn in order to earn an amount of collector levels within 6 or 7 days. Hopefully that makes it a bit clearer. This feels unnecessarily risky. I think we're running here. Did not manage to land negative early. Serra not doing enough to help us win 2 locations. I think we are just out of this one. No dice. For what it's worth, folks, feedback... Oh, try that again. Words are hard. For what it's worth, folks, feedback like that is super useful for me as well. If you've got questions about anything I do in videos or stuff, or I didn't do a good job at explaining stuff, let me know. It's the only way that I get better. No good play here, but we do have negative and Serra, so we probably just are snapping this off. You just played the game while the tracker was on, but you can't see the game under played games. That's a bit of a problem. That shouldn't be happening. By all means, feel free to pop us a screenshot, or I guess the best thing to do at the moment would just be to reboot the tracker and play again, and if you find the same issue, please do let us know. As we say, it's in alpha, like it is very much a case of we're still figuring out the kinks at the moment, so expect there to be problems. Unfortunately, hand is filled with random crap from the Triskelion. I guess that stops me from drawing too many cards, which is probably fine. Vibranium in the deck. Oh, that's pretty gnarly. Okay, I didn't really want to have to negative mid, but I kind of have to now because of Cosmo and Bar Sinister, so this is our option. Prywin, is there a rule of thumb? Not really. Like, it's very much a case of, like, when I feel like I'm ahead, or I have the play the deck is trying to do. It's kind of hard to give you, like, a general rule. Anyone let down by the new location? I quite like Vibranium Mines. I think it's fine. What happens if you Bar Sinister Sarah? Everything costs 1. Just everything. Assuming it costs, like, 4 or 5. It just reduces everything multiple times. I am going to magic this away. Kieran, I appreciate that, but I'm not taking deck submissions tonight. It's the kind of thing I intend on doing in the future. I will take deck submissions in the future, all things going to plan, but at the moment, I'm not going to be doing so. But keep your eyes open. I will probably do so in the future. That Professor X kind of sucks. Will it work on mobile or will it only be on PC? Look, at the moment it is PC only. I am led to believe there is some issues specifically with iOS. I'm hearing a lot of people kind of saying that, unfortunately, getting any kind of tracking software to work on iOS for Snap is proving to be a really big problem. It's something that we do want to do. We understand the demand there. Like, the demand is really there for mobile tracking. Like, everyone is asking about it. And if it's something we can make work, we absolutely will. But for now, it's just going to be on PC, I'm afraid. If I could have my own card added, how would I build its stats and its art? That's a big question. Just gonna dump out some stuff here and hope this is good. I'm really not sure, you know. I'd have to think about that one, I think. Spectrum is probably too good here. I lied. We're okay. Stole it. Absolutely stole it. 23 beats 22. 8 more cubes for Sarah Negative. My favourite flavour of the week. 23, in fact, larger than 22. Your card level 600. Something, is there a fast way to level up the collection and unlock? Well, no. Unfortunately, Machiti, there is not. Your best bet is, again, this next patch that's coming is awarding collector's tokens that will let you freeze certain cards that you want to buy inside of what they're calling the token shop. So if there's cards you really want, you can lock them in place and buy them. But that is going to be the fastest way to get the cards you want. There is no cheat code, I'm afraid. Bar with no name is probably going to eat magic later, because I do not want that to exist. If I had my own card, it would probably be something that plays well with Wong, because I'm terrible. So it'd probably be like an on reveal of some sort. And because my name is HowlingMines, it's probably just like on reveal, draw a card, because I like drawing extra cards. So probably something to that effect, but I imagine it would have to be pretty cheap with high stats for that card to be good. But drawing cards in Snap is really good in general, so not sure. I'm going to try and stay out of the Vibranium Mines here. With credits, no, with collector's tokens. So they're introducing a new currency with the next patch called collector's tokens. You can earn in your caches and your reserves, and those will be able to use to buy cards. That will be random generated in the store. If you need more information, we've got a video about it on the channel. You can go and check out. Are we just naked roguing here to trigger Angela? Seems kind of bad. I think I would rather wait. What are the chances to get to 1,000 so you can get that 6,000 tokens? Brandon, unfortunately, 682 is a bit far away. From what we understand, if you did every single thing you could do for the next 7 days, you would earn about 380 collector's levels. So it's not impossible for you to get there, but it would be hard. You would have to spend all the gold, do all the missions, do all the things, that kind of stuff. So it would be a stretch for you to get there. Mojo here is mostly fine. You'd love to say Sarah negative, but you don't have Sarah yet. Indeed. Sarah's a big deal. Fleckari, thank you very much for the brand new sub, my friend. Welcome on into the channel. Glad you're enjoying the show tonight. Yes, thankfully you did. Looking forward to you getting Sarah, fingers crossed. What rank are we right now? 60-something. We're mostly just jamming games and climbing on the account that already has all the cards. Thoughts on an Adam Warlock buff? I think he could definitely use a buff. I think that's probably completely fair. Do I know what that looks like? Probably not. Jesse, you're super welcome, my friend. Happy to help. Glad that I was able to help you out with that. When's the update coming? Anywhere between now and December 5th. No more than a week and a half, but it will arrive before the new season pass. So before December 5th. Keep your eyes peeled for that one. KO, you can to some extent, but you're also only allowed to spend a certain amount per day. They won't actually let you spend that much. So the math on Twitter and in the video shows you that you can gain, I think it's an extra 4.44 levels per day by spending $100. Like, it's not great return. Having no one-cost card here really sucks, jeez. Ugh. How do we want to do this? Fantastic. Mystique. Wolfsbane? Probably ends up being like this. Oh, this is rough. Fantastic Mystique Wolfsbane, I think. Not all cards need a buff? Yeah, for sure. 100% agree on that. Draw is pretty meh. Couldn't agree more. At 9:30, the update's coming at a perfect time. Yeah, it's pretty well timed for you. Is it a good idea to stop opening caches? No. Stop. Like, I know this sounds like I'm pulling up crap with clickbait. Like, the caches you earn, they gain the reward when you earn them. You don't suddenly get a different reward when you open them. They are assigned a reward when you get there. There is no point saving them. It doesn't do anything. Does Sarah make one-cost cards end up costing 0? No, minimum of 1 on Sarah. Right lane dump works out fine here. Opponent moves into the Vibranium Mines and achieves basically nothing from doing so. That was a difficult little puzzle to solve. Had a number of options there on the last turn of the game. Would have been a hell of a lot easier if we just had a card that cost 1. Yeah, save your credits. Again, if you're looking for advice on what you should be doing before this patch, video went up on the channel today. Literally, just go check it out. I tell you my best as I can. Every single thing you need to know that you should be doing before the patch drops to help you maximize your value. So go watch that when you get a chance. Not now, because I'm live. That would be rude. But later. Yin and yang, exactly. The bowl. The bowl comes first. Don't go pouring cereal onto your tabletop. That's a bad idea. Mr. Fantastic getting pulled into Sakar is fine. Luke, no worries, dude. You never have to apologize for that. It's more for people that haven't seen it. I wasn't like, hey, stop asking me. Like, you can ask away. It's just like if people want a dedicated answer, it means I can give it to them in a video form, right? You're currently 826, so you work until 1000 and save credits. Yes, that should be your plan, basically. Get yourself up to CL 1000 and then start saving your credits if you have any spare and available. That should be your plan. So we're going to be mystiquing Avengers Compound anyway. $7.96 is definitely a little close, Andrew, for sure, depending on how much you're able to play it. Have a bot to remind your latest videos. That's a good idea, and I will do that before the next stream. That is a good idea, and I will definitely do that. Mr. Negative without Psylocke? Yeah, so I think you basically have to choose either to play Psylocke in this archetype or to play Magic, because they're both your cards that kind of buy you an extra turn, right? And Magic is slightly better after being flipped than Psylocke. Drawing Psylocke after Negative feels pretty bad. I don't think you have space for both. No worries, Luke. Happy to help. You can tell I'm still kind of getting used to this being a YouTuber thing. It is a change of pace. Thank you, so many folks hanging out tonight, by the way. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. If you haven't already and you want to help support us in what we're doing, please do consider chucking us a subscription or liking this video so that it reaches more people. I really appreciate that. Alternatively, if you'd like to become a member and support the channel for a small fee every month, you'll gain yourself some Snap-themed emotes that we're popping into the chat right now. And you'll be supporting the channel in the process. So by all means, check that out if you fancy supporting what it is that we're doing over here. Probably your problem with the tracker is that somehow your Snap nick in the account section is a different one than it says with the logged in section. That does seem like a problem. Did you sync the account when you installed the tracker, or did it do it automatically? Because that might be an issue we have to look into if it was an automatic thing. And this can just be... What are we doing here? Opponent doesn't want to play mid because of Warpath, right? So we should be looking to... Iron Man and put some stats here. I think that's what we're doing. I think. Both Psylocke and Magic into... Oh, they played mid. Okay. Caught me off guard. We might be okay, though, because the Colossus didn't slide. Yeah, we're fine. But without Sarah, you got... Exactly, yeah. It's a different story if you're playing Sarah as well, right? There is a finite amount of space in that world. Nice! Opponent's secret Heimdall tech did not do enough. Kieran, no worries, my friend. Thank you so much. We're looking to be here 3 times a week right now, so I look forward to hopefully seeing you again on Friday for more Marvel Snap action. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. I'll see you again soon. It got you one nick, which is now in your account section, but the second and next times I synced, it gave me another nickname. Interesting. Okay, thank you for letting us know. I appreciate that information. Nova into Isle of Silence does not really matter. I think we're probably going to be sticking Blue Marvel over here, I imagine, in Bar Sinister, so let's just start stacking up Angela. $960 and you only have discard Hela, but you've climbed from 40 to 75. That's pretty good. Yeah, Mr. Negative is a sweet card, but unfortunately it's going to need a fair bit of help. These locations absolutely blow. Brand new sub coming in, my friend. Dear Rosen, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate that. Means a lot. Is there a way you can link your iOS account to Steam? Unfortunately, Joe, I don't believe so. From what I understand, it is just Android that can link to Steam. Kai, thank you for the brand new sub. Appreciate you. Welcome on into the channel. And it's good to see you as well, Joe. Welcome, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here tonight. This really sucks, and I think I just have to Mr. Fantastic into the Isle of Silence. Thank you for all the brand new subs, folks. It's a pleasure to have you here tonight. Thank you for enjoying the show here over at Marvel Snap Zone. It's a pleasure. You're welcome, Ben. No problem at all. And thank you for hanging out and checking out the stream. I appreciate you supporting our content, man. It means a lot. We have a whole lot of nothing going on here. I think I'm actually just going to rogue mid here as random stats on Angela, with the intention being to magic the Isle of Silence, Blue Marvel into Bar Sinister. That's the plan. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the problems we're having with Marvel Snap is just iOS. Like, iOS keeps causing us massive headaches. Yeah, magic into IL does give us some plays. That's the plan. Don't have Invisible Woman yet, but you're still having a lot of fun with Hella Casino? Yeah. I mean, you want to talk about casino vibe of a deck, right? If you're playing Hella without Invisible Woman, she's even more of a casino. Oh, Hella. Sometimes feels completely broken and sometimes does absolutely nothing as she disappears into the discard pile. Venom mid here, sure. That's mostly okay. Wow, that's a cool angel. Yeah, I'm not a programmer myself, but unfortunately a lot of the things that people are asking for to do with Snap or have questions about, they're all iOS based, so like I get loads of questions I can like never answer anything about. So the question here is, do we Serra into Bar Sinister, or do we just Blue Marvel into Bar Sinister? I think this is better. Will it be possible to get Series 4 and 5 cards from caches if you're in the middle of Series 3? Yes, it will be possible for you to get Series 4 and 5 cards regardless of where you are. He is indeed going to Taskmaster. We're not winning Bar Sinister here. We've got to win the other two. But we can definitely win the other two. But yes, even if you're in Series 2, if you're in Series 1, you can theoretically open Series 4 and 5 cards. So do keep that one in mind. Alright, big final turn. What can we do? We can create another Blue Marvel, which is pretty good. But that has to go here, which is maybe not the best. I think we are just Sarah Mojo. I think this is the most amount of stats we can pull. Oh, Nick knows what's up for sure, 100%. Erosion, from what I was told earlier, again, by all means, I could be wrong. I am but a man who makes content. I can definitely be wrong. But from what I was told earlier, you can crack them in reserves and in caches. So you shouldn't just be able to do so in pool 3. But if I'm wrong, please do let me know. I don't want to be quoting that to people incorrectly. Tracker's working like a charm. Perfect. That's good here. Zero Red Skull. No, we managed to fade all of those. There's a reason we didn't snap, folks. We didn't. We were dead to a lot of things there. Dead to Red Skull. Dead to death. So no need to snap. But opponent didn't snap either. So it was pretty safe to say that wasn't the case. Indeed, yeah, 2.5% and 0.25% chance. So really, really low chances of cracking them in both caches and reserves. Another brand new sub coming in, John Childs. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. My pleasure to have you here tonight. Welcome, welcome. That really threw me off for a second because that wasn't me that typed that on the Snap Zone account. So I was like, why am I posting chances? Can I type without my fingers now? Wow. Nexus Oscorp Tower is quite the crappy combination to start us off with. Thankfully, no plays for us here. Opponent snaps. Part of me thinks we should just run because we don't have Sarah or Negative, but that makes for bad content. So I'm going to stick around and see whether I regret my life choices. Scorpion does take some stats away from us. Sure, sure. Oh, Ego. Ego, of course, chooses to play Rogue. which makes sense in 0 worlds. At this point, we're in for 2 cubes anyway. I'm going to stick around until Ego costs me everything, and then I'll run away. Mr. Fantastic Mid is at least a good play. It's okay, don't worry. I was definitely a little concerned for a second, but we're all good. I figured it was you. You got a snap on Ego? I should have, you're right. My bad. I screwed up. I forgot to snap. Why should you say 5,000 credits now that you've reached level 1,000? So, Mark, you're going to want access to those credits. This seems pretty terrible. You're going to want access to those credits to be able to get as many caches as possible once the patch drops, because caches will then contain collector's tokens. So if you've got as many credits as possible to buy new caches, as soon as the patch drops, you'll have a massive amount of collector's tokens to start with, which means you can go and buy those cards that you want from your token shop. Hey Ghislaine, you're level 1200, but you still don't have some cards like Cerebro, Mr. Negative, or Mystic, which is an issue. Is it normal? It is, I'm afraid, Ghislaine. Unfortunately, for a number of people, this was absolutely terrible. Thank you, Ego. I hate you. Most people don't finish their collections until somewhere between CL 2600 and CL 3200, depending on when you started the game. So unfortunately, there's a good chance you're still missing a lot of Pool 3, including a lot of the cards you were hoping for. But collector's tokens will help fix that for you. No worries, Mark. Happy to help, my friend. Thank you for checking us out tonight. Yeah, save your credits, folks. Make sure you pick up your caches after the new patch to get as many collector's tokens as you possibly can. You were a beta test player? Yeah, I mean, I was too. But like this account, for example, is at like collector level like 3,500, something like that. And has had a complete collection since about 2,900. I think I finished my collection at 2,900. And Sarah was one of my final cards. It was like, not last, but maybe second last. It was pretty close. Well, this bar with no name flipping up for us is pretty good, but this Sanctum Sanctorium is pretty crap. So, Bishop into Dark Dimension. Followed by Mojo into Dark Dimension. And it's probably Blue Marvel Wolfsbane to try and win Dark Dimension here and let the Sunspot win bar with no name with us. Yeah, collector's tokens are going to help you out a lot. At least that's the belief. Yeah, I'm very jealous of you guys that got Sarah early. It took me forever. Iron Man better here, maybe? Mystique was your final card? Sheesh. Iron Man probably is better here, actually, than Wolfsbane. Pretty sure. Let's see how this absolute disaster of a game plays out. White Tiger just dumping power into the bar with no name. Alright, that's a big Black Panther, unfortunately. I'm not sure we beat 19. Let's take a look. Up to 10. Yeah, we're all good. Iron Man are going to come in clutch here and absolutely chunk up this location. Bar with no name, doing some work for us there, scoring us some free cubes. Like Mojo and Rogue. Yeah, Andrew, for sure. I would definitely rather hit the big hitters first, though. So it's kind of hard to have it both ways, right? Very nice. Going to see if we can take Sarah Negative to rank 65. If we make our way up to 65, I will switch to something else. And just like before, I'll do exactly like I did before. I will poll the chat. So if you've got decks you want to see that I'm in the mood to play, by all means, let us know. And I'll run a poll and we'll see what wins. Negative and Sarah, I'll snap. How long is it going to last to buy a car if we pinned? I believe, Mark, from what I understand, and again, please don't quote me on this, it's all new information, I could be wrong, but if you pin a card, it will stay there just indefinitely until you buy it or unpin it. So you can never lose the card, you can save up for it. But obviously in that time, you're not seeing any other cards, you're just keeping that card pinned. Is unfair deck? I mean, Sarah Negative can definitely do some very unfair things when it draws its engine pieces. However, when it doesn't draw its engine pieces, it's pretty terrible. So, bit of a mix of both worlds, thanks to a number of cards in this deck being nerfed. Shadowland, not really what we were looking for. We are just going to Mr. Fantastic mid. Yeah, that's my belief on the matter. I do my best, obviously, working for Marvel Snap Zone to make sure I know everything about Snap, but when so much information comes out in one go, and then you get asked, like, so many questions, it's like, I'm pretty sure I know this, but I'm also not 100% sure I know this. It's a bit of a loaded gun. Alright, Negativo. Flip the deck over. Ugh, Professor X is not what I wanted to see. How long until you collect 1,000 tokens? So, caches, I believe, drop 100 or 400, I want to say. It's 400 if you're above CL 3000, so I think it's 100 otherwise, and it's like a 25% chance of dropping it, and during that time you're still earning cards, obviously, so maybe? Might take you about a month? It's hard to know how many caches you're opening in the space of a month. Yeah, not 100%, would have to do some math. With cloning vats being locked off, do I still want to magic? Because I'm kind of short on space, honestly, to do everything that I would like to do. I think I do. Just going to magic off Xandar, but this might be a little bit rough. That Professor X coming down on turn 4 was pretty nasty off a Psylocke, actually. Opponent with the Sandman. Oh, dude. Do I buy all the variants in the shop or only the ones I like? I buy basically no variants, X Factor. The only variant So I've bought 2 variants. There are exactly 2 I've bought. It is this Mr. Negative that you see on the table right now, and this Rogue that's in my hand. Those are the 2 variants I've bought. Every other variant you ever see in my decks, I've opened from caches. Opponent snaps. Do we ever beat a snap here? I don't think we do, unfortunately. The Sandman kind of ruins our life. I think I'm going to step away from this one. But yeah, I'm actually surprisingly free to play. If people want to know how much money I've spent on Marvel Snap, I buy the Season Pass every season. I've now bought 3 of those. So it's like maybe $30. That's it, though. I have spent absolutely nothing else in terms of money on Marvel Snap. I have a full collection on this account for about $30, like $30. Miles Morales Basketball, that one's pretty good, yeah. Couldn't buy Daredevil, love that card's effect. Daredevil is really sweet, yeah. 3 cards a month, yeah, for sure. You definitely speed up to some extent as you go through pull 3. So if you're getting 4 cards a month, like 1 card a week, is that so bad? Like, 1 new card a week doesn't sound the best, but it doesn't sound horrible either. 10 cards a month, jeez, that's crazy. I'm a dolphin like you. I like that, actually. That's a cute way of putting that. Yeah, I buy the season passes, and that's it. I agree that it's really good value, so I do that, but I don't spend any money on it otherwise. Mostly because I can't really afford to, and at the moment I have no reason to, because I have a full collection. Opponent flooding out the Dream Dimension. How big a game replay is, but is it somehow possible, or do you see if it could be useful to get the replay somehow shareable? That's interesting. Yeah, I could definitely see... I'm not sure if it's something we can do, but we can definitely take the feedback that you'd like to share your game replays on the tracker. That makes some sense. We'll see if that's something we can look into. What pull 5 or 4 card am I most looking forward to? Honestly, we are in like miles of trouble here, by the way. Yeah, let's get out of here. Probably Thanos in terms of deck building puzzle. I think Thanos is a super intriguing one in terms of how the hell do you make that work. But in terms of, for me personally, Valkyrie. I'm really looking forward to trying out playing Valkyrie. Didn't League used to do 1 champion release a week? Yeah, that sounds familiar, actually. Sure. Yeah, opponent playing Zola Tiger. Is it possible to get this overlay anywhere? I'm afraid not. I made this. This, what you see on screen, everything being cut up, I had to do all that to make it look the way that it does, and it's not exportable or anything like that currently. It was very much built for us to do YouTube content, so I'm afraid, sadly not. Pretty happy to just play out Mojo here. This hand is pretty good. I think we're snapping with both of our keycards. Got the welcome bundle and 2 season passes, and you're level 950, always on that grind, almost at Galactic. You love to see it. Keep it up, my friend. Do I think hand buff Galactus will ever work? I think it's going to be really cool. Like, for sure. If there are tournaments, it would be useful for commentators and think if you are the one to have that feature. Yeah, for sure, exactly. I'm pretty sure it's something we would have considered. I just don't know whether it's something we can do just yet. But yeah, we'd love to be able to share replays. So if that's something we have available to do, we'll definitely do it. What do you do when you have a losing streak, like dropping 5 ranks in one day? White cut, honestly, if I get to that point where I've been losing that much, I'm probably not paying attention to what I'm doing, and I'm probably playing out of spite, like playing to chase my losses. You just need to step away, my dude. Like, there's no point continuing to play when you've got that much of a brain ache on, when you're not doing yourself any favors. This was mostly pointless, huh? There's a Mindscape here. I'm talking with chat too much. I really should be focusing more on my game. Do I develop the website? I do not, I'm afraid. I am very much the community manager and a content creator on behalf of Marvel Snap Zone. The site is not mine. But, however, Terrence, who is the owner of Marvel Snap Zone, is currently hanging around in the chat. So if you have any questions or concerns, by all means, do let him know. We played Hearthstone, Gwent, Rune Terror. I think we're fine to stack Sarah off here, but I think we're in a bit of trouble from this Mindscape. This game gives you the same feeling, but in 3 minutes instead of 20, for sure. It is a super, super addictive game. Can't deny that. Very nice, Brandon. Good stuff. Yeah, Rosen, I wasn't paying attention. I'm really sorry. I was too busy chatting. I got to start focusing on my games a little more, because I'm getting my ass beat because I'm not paying attention. Yeah, playing when tilted is definitely a bad thing. Watching me instead, probably a good thing. But at the moment, I need to tighten up my play a little bit because I am enjoying interacting with chat a bit too much. And therefore, I'm not really paying attention to what I'm doing. Favorite card, probably Mr. Negative or Wong, I think. Those are the 2 cards I enjoy playing with the most right now. Maybe Aero. I think Aero is a pretty sweet design. Office Source Stats. The game's super deep, and people don't necessarily realise how deep until they start playing regularly. Tilted's a new word for you? It's a pretty common one in the collectible card game space. It just means that you are struggling a little bit with keeping your emotions in check. Lumeria says nothing is revealed this turn. Sure. So we're going to stack Angela into Mr. Fantastic on the left here in the Bifrost. Have them both slide over into the middle. That is the plan. Monsieur Fantastique. Often used in poker too, for sure, yeah. Mark, thank you very much, my friend. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully I'll see you for more live streams in the future. You take care of yourself. Thanks for hanging out. Opponent's done. Opponent wants nothing to do with this game. Fair enough. Best early pull 3 pull is probably Sarah in my hand here, or Wong maybe. Sarah or Wong are probably my 2 top votes for that. Lockjaw's a good one. Destroyer also a good one. Definitely a few that you'd love to crack open early for sure. That go a very, very long way. Yeah, exactly. It's a good analogy, right? Snap takes a lot away from poker, I think. Sarah, Destroyer, Mystique, yep, those are all pretty good suggestions for good ones to open early, I think. Definitely the kind of cards that if you see in the store, you're going to want to freeze. I'm actually doing a video next week about the kind of cards you're going to want to lock in your token shop if you see them and don't have them. So if you're interested, stay tuned for that. So we have unfortunately drawn a little bit too much of our top end here. Our Iron Man and our Blue Marvel are still in our hand already. So I'm not going to snap for negative Sarah, just because I think there are pretty dodge. Why don't I play Mr. Fantastic middle? I play Mr. Fantastic on the left so that the location slid it into the middle, Cody. We had the Bifrost sliding everything on turn 4. Hey, Hey, Seth Runer, welcome on into Marvel Snap Zone. Pleasure to have you here tonight. Wouldn't have that beginner Lockjaw deck on me, would I? Ooh, I don't think I do. I'd have to check. They're on the site, if you care about it being on the site, but is it on my account right now? I don't think so. Hello was your first pull 3 card. Very sweet. Man, thank you everyone for hanging out tonight, by the way. I'm glad you're enjoying the content we're putting out here on YouTube so far. If you haven't already, do consider chucking us a subscription. I'd love to see you again. I'm going to be doing this 3 days a week at the moment, so come and hang out. Come and have a good time, play some Snap, and talk to me about all things Marvel Snap Zone, and if I can help you at all, that's the plan. Fantastic mid for my opponent. Kind of want to steal... Haven't drawn Magic, so this is a bit awkward, but I think we do just Sarah. Sarah and negative in your first 3 pulls. Sheesh. Yeah, I think this has to be the play. We're in some trouble here, though. Oh, now we're in some real trouble. Eventually makes its way to consoles. I have no idea, to be honest with you, Sean. Hard thing to guess. Should have played Sarah left, I guess. Yeah, there's not a lot we can do here again. Gotta be honest, combination of me talking with chat too much and not playing these games the best. I'm running a little cold. So what I'm going to do, unfortunately falling back to 63, I'm going to try and see if Sarah Negative will get us back up to 64. And then if it does, I will switch deck at that point and poll you guys for what you want to see. So we'll stick up a poll if we can get back to 64. The short answer is probably never. Fair enough. It being on Switch would make some sense. I think Snap would do quite well on the Switch. Colleen and Dracula, hell yeah! I've got Lockjaw Dracula on my account right now. It'll probably be on the poll in a minute. I really enjoy playing that one. It's really fun. For sure, Jim. Yeah, they're doing a great job. Like, if anyone's hanging out from Second Dinner in the chat, thank you so much for this game. You've done a fantastic job, and it's been my pleasure to help people come and get involved and come and play. And thank you for, by accident, giving me this opportunity too. The game is fantastic. Psylocke, yeah, we've talked. Thank you for the brand new sub, Dustin. I appreciate you. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. We've talked about Psylocke a few times. I think you play it or Magic. I don't think you play both, for the most part, just because, sadly, they both give you extra turn cards. I don't think you have space for both. And if you want the card that flips better into negative, I think you play Magic. Lots of brand new subs coming in. Sorry if I miss you. Simb, thank you very much for the brand new subscription. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Guys, I appreciate the love. Thank you so much for enjoying the content. Welcome on in, Paul. Brand new sub as well. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully you're having a great time here. Thanks for joining us. Magic is a fantastic draw here, actually. Let's us go Angela Magic, lock off Washington, D.C., play Sarah, play some stuff. Why is everyone on Cosmo Professor X today, man? It's proving to be so hard to play Sarah Negative into this room. Like, unfortunately, the ladder is just so full of these two cards, and Professor X and Cosmo give this deck a really, really hard time. Sarah mid, it is. Probably Rogue here on the left for stats. Gonna need some help. Yeah, I love this deck to bits, but honestly, the ladder is a bit hostile to it right now, just because of the sheer amount of Cosmo. Cosmo is everywhere. Professor X also not quite as everywhere, but a little everywhere. Stuck at 78 with your pull 2 decks, and you had a Yellow Jacket as one of your 4th pull 3 cards. That's pretty rough, unfortunately, Roxor. Yellow Jacket's not stellar. Hopefully it improves for you sooner rather than later, because, well, Collector's Tokens are going to help you in that regard. For sure, why can't you get it? Good replacement for Mojo in this deck. Any decent 2-drop card that has good stats, essentially. So things like Mysterio are pretty good suggestions. What count was this ongoing Destroyer deck? For the most part, itself, but we also find Bayro is pretty good into this. Any location manipulation tends to be good against this deck because you can force Destroyer or Cosmo or Armor into the wrong places, for example. So there's a chance we're good enough here. So 4. Mojo never does enough. Wolfsbane also never does enough, so I guess I have to do it this way. Don't think we get there, unfortunately. Luke Cage Hazmat, that seems like a lot of fun as well, yeah, for sure. Series 4 and 5. I'm super excited for Valkyrie. I keep saying this, but Valkyrie's the card that intrigues me the most. Out of pool 5, I'm going to be snapping it off as soon as I see it. I can't wait to build around Thanos. I think Thanos is really, really fun and unique. In terms of pool 4 cards, there's not all that much that stands out to me. It's mostly pool 5 cards that I really want. Do we squeak enough? We certainly look like we do. She-Hulk's a pretty good one, actually. Yeah, I do like She-Hulk. She-Hulk will be a lot of fun. Sweet. Okay, we managed to squeak that one out through our opponent's disruption. Very, very nice. Alright, folks, so I'm once again going to pick 4 decks for us to move on to next. So bear with me while I get a poll set up for you. You can let me know which of these 4 you would prefer to see next, and then I'm going to take one more game with negative, and at the end of that game I will close the poll, and we will play the winner moving forward. So what deck comes next? We'll once again go Lockjaw Dracula, as it's a popular choice among a number of people. Would you like to see... What else have we got here? We'd like to see Hela. We could play some Hela. Hela would be kind of sweet. We can play Wong Reveal. Last but not least, we can play some Bayro. Let's add Bayro as the last option coming up next. Okay, poll is up for you now. We've got one game to decide what you would like me to play next. Get those votes in and let me know what deck you want to see. Super Scroll is really good. Update should be out before December 5th. We do not have an exact date. You will see it somewhere between now and December 5th. True, Brandon, for sure. If you've got a preference, folks, get voting in that poll. Otherwise, I will not know. Let me know what deck you want to see on the stream next. Bayro is the Death Aero deck, named from KM Best. They are mostly responsible for. If you've got a deck you want to see, do let me know. I understand White Card. Unfortunately, most of my brewing is going to be starting when Pool 4 and Pool 5 drop. I'm very much looking forward to getting brewing when that happens. Metagame should change quite dramatically, I think. Will, unfortunately, matchmaking is a really complicated thing that revolves around MMR and rank and collection level, so it's kind of hard to give you an accurate answer as to why your experience might be different from other people's, but there is almost certainly a reason why, yeah. Stack some stuff. Got till the end of the game to get those votes in, folks. If you have a preference, let us know now while you have the chance. Lockjaw Dracula currently way out ahead with 39% of the vote. You love to see it. We steal a Superflow. Well, if you insist. Do we just stack this mid? Yeah, I think we do. We want to keep the Superflow available. Fairly sure. Sure. They do, Joseph. Yeah, they release all at the same time, so it'll all be out at the same time. Oh man, Murdoch, that's a rough one, my dude. Hopefully you can collect a token your way to one of those sooner rather than later. Alright, let us make ourselves some blue marbles. Opponent's snapping. I think we're okay here at the moment. Gonna hold out. What's my favourite pull 3 card? Probably Mr. Negative, honestly. It's why I love this deck so much. Oh, White Cut, you can tease me all you want. Like, it's so hard. It's going to be so difficult to start saying series, but I will get there eventually, I promise. It's just going to take a while for my tongue to get used to that. Alright, well, all we can do here, sadly, is go for this. Not entirely sure it's going to be enough, though. For sure, Will. You understand. Like, as the meta finds itself, things start feeling less bad, especially as you get involved. Looking pretty clear that Lockjaw Dracula is coming up for us as the next deck. So if you're interested in seeing me discard some swarms, stay tuned. That'll be coming up next by the looks of it. Kazoo is still playable, Aaron. Kazoo is still a super reasonable deck, for sure. Oh, imagine stealing the Dino. Imagine stealing the Dino. Good night, sweet prince. What a fantastic way to end Mr. Negative. Thank you, opponent. I appreciate you. Sethuna, I'm not sure. There are a ton of variants out there, and I haven't checked the sources on all of them. Alrighty, so let us get ourselves switching over. Next deck up, if you're not familiar with it, Lockjaw Dracula. I'm going to give you a walkthrough as soon as I'm done taking a screenshot to put into the game overlay of this deck. So, if you aren't familiar with this one, it actually has a couple axes of attack that makes it a very unique, very sweet deck to play. The first one here is going to be Lockjaw, actually. Lockjaw, a card that not everyone is necessarily familiar with in discard. It's not the most common choice, so why are we playing it here, you might ask? Well, really simple stuff, actually. We're looking to maximize our discard effects as best we can. So the goal is going to be to play things that discard, put them back into the deck, and then find more things that discard off of Lockjaw to keep discarding cards from our hand. And you'll quickly find that our hand evaporates exceptionally quickly if we're willing to do exactly that. So that is the plan. Now, what are we looking to discard? Well, of course, we have Apocalypse. Apocalypse is a fan favorite from pool number 1 that you will see all the time in these discard decks that you are simply looking to discard over and over and over again as often as you possibly can. The other one, however, is pool 2 All-Star Swarm, which we discard, over and over. We'll make more and more copies, which we can then discard over and over. And these also play exceptionally well with Lockjaw themselves, going back into the deck to flip out big, fat units or other discard enablers as we go. This deck is super sweet, has plenty of ways of triggering discard. We've got other payoffs like Morbius and Dracula to make the most of this. All the good discard cards alongside it. I'm a really big fan of this archetype in general. I do actually think I'm going to make a quick change. I've taken the screenshot now, it's fine. I think you're probably supposed to play Blade over Wolfsbane at this point, but I think that's a personal preference thing, so I'm going to stick to this list as is for now. So, let us jam some Lockjaw Dracula, and we'll see exactly how this one wants to go for us on the ladder today. Let me catch up with chat. Is there a max credit limit? Yes, 5,000. Do not try and save more than 5,000 credits, it will not work. Death and Cerebro are definitely good ones to have opened. Strange if not used to it. Yeah, Kazoo is very much an on-curve kind of deck. You're very much trying to play your hand as it comes. Yeah, MRX, I kind of agree, but we're going to use the official terminology just to keep everybody happy. Drawing Swarm here is actually incredible. I would like to make some Swarms, please. Leader is so hot. Good card, good card. Competition is tough, stuck at 60 for about a week now, unlucky X Factor. Hopefully you're able to get past that hurdle sooner rather than later. I need to switch back to my in-game screen because I was still on the deck list. We're all good. Series relates better to comics. I hadn't even thought of that, That's a really good shout. I hadn't thought of that at all. Oh, Mindscape sucks so much ass for this deck when you draw Apocalypse. I don't want to give them Apocalypse, but I have no real choice. They're going to snap. My hand is really good. And maybe I can play through this. No, Crystal does not count as a discard, unfortunately. I think we're going to go... I think we're just going to go spin the wheel here, right? So this is what this deck is trying to do, folks. You're going to go Lockjaw into 2 copies of Swarm. Let the machine rip. Yeah, Moon Knight into Bar Sinister is a hella fun one. We find Dracula and we spin a Swarm back up. That's not ideal. We do redraw a Swarm. I think we're just going to play out a Moon Knight here. Hopefully we don't hit Lady Sif. This Mindscape is absolutely brutal. Very much wrecks our entire plan, sadly. We do hit our Apocalypse, which is going to go back to hand. We don't really want to do this because of the Mindscape. Yeah, Colleen Wing is fantastic for sure. Okay, well, I think we're in some trouble here, sadly. I think I'm going to... so 10, 13, 16 is not enough. I'm pretty sure we're retreating next turn. Fairly sure. Never mind. Pretend I said nothing. We were never going to retreat. That was not going to be a consideration. Thank you, opponent. What does Moon Knight do? Moon Knight discards a card from both players' hands. So one from mine and one from yours. Opponent with the Spider-Man emote. Hello. How are you, friend? Lockjaw would have been Chavez guaranteed. Yes, for sure. It was all planned. All a deliberate consideration. Sokovia rips their negative, rips our Swordmaster. Sure, sure, sure. I will take that exchange. Always snap later? Exactly. Always. Morbius, a good one to play out here. Looking for a thing that we want to discard here. Hand is a little clunked up on discard effects. Nothing to really get rid of at the moment. A win's a win! No, snap later and retreat later. It's, it goes both ways. So again, looking for something to discard here. Just going to play out the Wolfsbane while we wait. Any early pull 3 for event? Not sure what you're asking about, unfortunately, Paul. As far as I'm aware, there is no good way of getting into pull 3 earlier than you're supposed to. Lady Sif is good here. Opponent snapping scares me a bit, but I think we can still put up a fight here, so I'm gonna. Lady Sif eats the Apocalypse. Jubilee. Moon Knight's a sweet card. It's a lot of fun to play with, for sure. Opponent hits a blue marble. It's pretty good here. If I have a full collection, am I going to get cards from Series 4 the same way I got cards from Series 3? Roycheck, yes, you will. They do appear inside of collector's caches. However, they appear at a very low rate. You will get a lot more collector's tokens, though. So, to put it bluntly, Series 4 cards appear at 2.5% of the time. Series 5 cards appear at 0.25% of the time. But you have a 25% chance of getting 400 collector's tokens after CL 3000. So you'll be getting plenty of collector's tokens to buy them from the shop. So I wouldn't worry about that too much. Just going to Lockjaw Colleen here, I think. No, I think I'd rather just double discard, right? This seems better. Yeah, you will still hit cards on the pity timer, almost certainly. I'd be shocked if you didn't. Green Cookie, we put up a video about this earlier on. The answer to your question is I believe so. We obviously can't guarantee exactly when the patch will drop, unfortunately, as much as we wish we could. But we think you can make it. You should be able to pick up over 300 collector's levels in 6 days. So we assume you will be good to make it. Adding 21 to this is not enough, unfortunately, so we are going to run away. we would like to leave. Let's go. You wish acquiring a card was faster. It's so frustrating to wait to build the deck you want. It will be faster very soon. Collector's Token's going to help you out with that one quite a lot. You're very welcome, Cookie. Happy to help you out, friend. Keep your eye on that shop. And hopefully you find the cards you want. Also around 809. Should you save credits or try to reach 1,000? Our mission statement at the moment, we are encouraging you to get to 1,000 first, because it's worth more in collector's tokens, and then once you get to 1,000, then start saving your credits. Not got a Colleen here, don't want to discard any of this, so we're just going to wait. For sure, Cookie, that's probably the best way to be. Yeah, if you're wondering, folks, reach 1,000 first if you can, then save your credits. If you don't think you're going to play enough Snap to get you there, that's what you need to realize. If you're pretty sure you're not going to play enough Snap to get to 1,000, just save your credits. You'll do yourself a lot more that way. But if you play Snap on the regular for a few hours a day, you should be fine. Get yourself up to 1,000 first. When does the variant shop change? Changes every chunk of hours. I don't remember the exact number off the top of my head. I would have to check. This is going to be a bit of a hard one to flip out. I think we are just going to play Dracula here. 606. I think 606 is probably going to be a bit of a push, unfortunately, Jonathan. We think if it's 7 days away, if the patch is 7 days away, you should be able to get a maximum of about 400 levels if you did absolutely everything. But obviously we don't know whether or not it is going to be 7 days or not, so... What do saving credits do for this patch? So saving credits will mean that you will be able to get more collector's caches immediately, directly after the patch goes live. Thank you for the brand new sub, folks. I appreciate that. It means a lot. Gonna run away from this one. We aren't in particularly good shape. And you basically want to get caches after the patch so that they can contain collector's tokens, not boosters. Mitchell, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Welcome on into the channel and thank you for the kind words. It means a lot. Ralph, 2 of those are pretty good. 3 of those are pretty good. Hood, Green Goblin, Deadpool, all pretty solid. Yes, boosters will be replaced by collector's tokens. That is correct. The patch comes with a new season. So the patch, we've been told the patch will come before the new season. So the new season starts on December 5th, but we have been told that it will happen beforehand. White Cut, if you want to look at the averages on how that kind of works, we cited the data from a user on Twitter in a video earlier today, all about the upcoming patch. They did a graph, they did a whole chart about where everything comes from. So if you're not sure about that, you can go and take a look and see how that works. Adam, thank you so much, my dude. I appreciate that. Glad you're enjoying the vibe. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Hopefully, I'm not going anywhere. Fingers crossed. You know what needs to go somewhere, though? This pile of rocks in my deck. Fadey, that's going to be a close one. 600 is probably right on the line if it's a week away. If it's more than a week away, you'll be fine. But again, I can't possibly know that at this moment in time, unfortunately. We will challenge with the old Hell Cow here. You are indeed pretty close to the border of what I would say is possible, even if you played every day. But yeah, if you guys want that table of information about where you can pick up CLs from, it's in that video, go check it out. Or if you don't want to watch the video, that's fine, it's also in the article. So you can go take a look at the article as well, and find it over there. Rajif, thank you very much, buddy, appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. The Hell Cow discards here for us, kinda sucked. Brode recently tweeted early next week. Okay, that makes some sense. I know Brode had tweeted, you know, before the patch, but I haven't seen that tweet. So if it's a case of early next week, that makes a fair amount of sense. Yeah, I think so, Jonathan. I think if you're at early 600, you are probably better off keeping yourself with... I think we're good here, actually. Keeping yourself with 5k credits, I think. Opponent agrees. Away they go. Your $20 got you 83 CL for what it's worth. That's an interesting number and a good fact to know. Thank you very much. I wonder if there's ways of optimizing that by upgrading common cards only. Curious. Not sure. Might be worth looking at. No worries, Aaron. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day, my friend. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Been a pleasure to have you here. Ladies and gents, if I could ask you for one more favour this evening, I would really appreciate it. If you're enjoying the content here tonight at Marvel Snap Zone, press the like button for me. Just press the thumb. It would be really, really helpful. It helps this stream reach more and more people to help us grow the Snap community. And it costs you not a penny. So I would really appreciate it if you could do exactly that. Thank you very, very much. Morbius out here early. Do not want to slab anything into Warrior Falls, given this Vibranium is sitting right here. And I also kind of want to keep myself away from Vibranium mines until Lockjaw has done its work. Mimichu 679 is going to be really close to the wire. Would be a bit of a risk to go for it, but I don't think it's impossible. Again, if you want to go check the math in the article, I encourage you to do so. I do think I'm going to Lockjaw here and try and stay away from these for just a second. You're level 2 for 60, yes indeed. What will that mean for you in terms of how many tokens you get? So you will get the amount for players between 1,000 and 3,000 CL, which I believe is 6,000 collector tokens. So we can now Hellcow into Warrior Falls, I think. Lots of questions with patch timing right now. We're aiming for early next week. Perfect. Good to know. I did not know that. Blobfish, thank you so much, my friend. I can't tell you how much that means. People like you are exactly the reason why I'm here making content like this. So I'm happy to have been able to help you, and I hope your surgery recovery goes as quickly as possible. Thank you so much for hanging out, my friend, and I'm glad you're enjoying what we're up to. Well, this is a pretty easy Swordmaster here, and whichever one we hit is good for us, and then we can spike something else off Lockjaw. Thank you, man. I can't tell you how much that means to me. 6k collector's tokens will get you either 6 cards from Series 3, 3 cards from Series 4, or a single card from Series 5. Fingers crossed, MXR. Probably worth dropping the $20 if you think you can get there. Seems like pretty good value for money. Opponent with the armor. Armor's fine, we're not worried about that. And Electra, sure. What would Swordmaster like to hit? Hits the APOC. What should a free-to-play player do with their gold? So Hakuna, for the most part, you want to use that gold to refresh your missions. Because if you refresh your missions, you will get yourself more XP from the Season Pass track and also more credits. So for the most part, basically exclusively on missions. Opponent's out of here. Seems good. It's about 5 credits for 100 levels. That's good to know. Yeah, patches often happen on Tuesday. Early next week does seem fitting. Seems good. 3,000 each. Lucas, you're probably right there. I may have misspoke. 3,000 each does sound correct to me. It's the ultimate variance that are 5,000, which isn't something else entirely. Brand new sub coming in. I'm really sorry, but I can't pronounce that username. I am disgustingly English, but thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate that. More subs coming in. Navy Cherub, welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Thank you for the subscription. You're very welcome, Hakuna. Thank you for hanging out and enjoying the content tonight. More subscribers. I really appreciate you. Bruno's Lovelies. Bruno's got some lovelies indeed. Thank you and welcome to the channel. Pleasure to have you here. Need to get rid of the Sinister so that I can Colleen Wing safely. 73 ranks, not bad, Jordan. Not bad at all. Made the Bayro deck without Aero, playing Chavez instead. Very nice, Adam. Very, very nice. Always plan to buy missions, but then a great variant pops up. Easily done. Easily done. Been there, done that, bought the t-shirt. Pretty easy Colleen here, I think, to start spawning swarms. Then we're going to look to get Dracula down. There's always a mission for 50 credits and a hard one for 100. I don't know if that's always the case. I think it is most of the time, but I'm not sure if it's a guaranteed thing. Dracula is pretty safe into the Nexus here, I think. Chat says yes. Chat says guaranteed, so we'll take that. Am I part Indian? I am definitely not. That is not a thing I've ever been asked before, actually. That's a new one. I like that. No, I am not. Not that that would be a problem if I was, but that's not something I've ever been asked before. Let's try and shred up another swarm or two. Always 150? Perfect. Ugh, why? Why is Professor X everywhere today? I've had enough of this card. Just chuck it in the bin. Alright, can I empty my hand? I cannot, right? I can't get rid of these swarms. So I guess we just play Apocalypse. Just play Apox and hope to spike something on Drac. What does Moon Knight do? Moon Knight will discard a card from both players' hands. Am I running the Snapzone website? So I am involved with the Snapzone website. I do a lot of stuff for the site, but I'm mostly a community manager. I don't actually run the back end of the site. That's the lovely Terrence who is involved in that. So say hi if you like, but you're still very welcome. Happy to be involved with the project. Opponent is out of here. Good stuff. Happy to help, Akuno. Glad you're getting some information out of this one. Fingers crossed. Close the chat, hit the like. You are a man or woman of culture. I agree. Please do that. 414 with about 300 credits is worth saving for the at or upgrade until reach pool 3. At 414... There's not a ton of point in saving your credits, I don't believe. It's all good, Andrew. I appreciate the comment, honestly. Professor X is overpowered? I don't think so, but we call him Professor Cheese for a reason. He will give you many, many cheesy wins. Hi, Terrence. He's been lurking in chat all night. People have seen him as .gg knocking around, so... He might still be here, he might not, I don't know. Let's establish our Lockjaw here, and Lockjaw might be a bit dodgy here, actually, because of the Vibranium Mines. Maybe it's fine to pull those out. Maybe that's okay. Brand new sub. Fady, thank you so much for joining us over here at Marvel Snap Zone. My pleasure to welcome you in tonight. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. More subscribers coming in. Thank you so much, folks. I really appreciate you. Gustavo, welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Professor X with Daredevil? Yeah. Yeah, it's really nasty. How are we beating Washington, D.C. here? We're probably going to get a little bit lucky, I think. There he is. Terrence still hanging out in the chat. Indeed, folks, if you want to say thank you to somebody for running Marvel Snap Zone and helping to build this community, Terrence is the man you want to say thank you to. He is the man behind the project, and also the reason why I'm here. So if you're happy about either of those things, feel free to express your thanks. Pretty sure this one is going to be just trying to spam some discard here. I don't think we have any other option than just the Hell Cow. I guess we can go Morbius Swordmaster. This is probably better. Running out of time. Talking too much. Yeah, Daredevil's a sweet one for sure. One comment for the site. The cards in the deck appear in a different order than in-game. Yeah, we are working on that. It's been noticed recently. It's on our backlog to get to, so thank you for bringing it up. Can we get there on this? I do not believe we can. I would like to run away. Not enough juice in the tank. These Sanctum Sanctoriums are causing us a bit of chaos as well. Just kind of stopping us playing into every location as much as we might want to. Bit of a rough beat. Yeah, Hakuna for sure. Missions are the best way to spend your gold if all you're looking to do is progress. If all you want is a collection, just keep refreshing your missions. If you want nice looking cards, buy variants instead. Ugh, a couple of really clunky hands here early as well. Are there alternatives to the Bayro Death deck where you can use them together? Probably not, honestly, Dacier. For the most part, that deck's built to use both those cards pretty efficiently. There are plenty of places to use one or the other. You can play Aero or Death in a number of different decks, but I think that's the only deck I know of where they're played together. Sokovia discarding a card for us. Goodbye, Swordmaster. You tried your best. We can load up a Wolfsbane here and then hopefully just start discarding things with Hellcow. You want nice looking cards? Me too. Conman joined the game at launch last month, so missed out on previous seasons. Are you still able to get Thought and Daredevil in game? You certainly are. Both of those cards currently exist in Series 3, and you can open them in Series 3, just like you would any other card from Series 3. They are, in fact, available. Spider-Man is going to lock us off for a moment. Sure. Brand new sub, Dacia, thank you so much. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Pleasure that you're joining the show tonight. Thank you. This is not bad, actually. We get to go Vibranium into Hellcow, make some swarms. Apollo, thank you for the sub, my friend. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. This Professor X can off. I've had enough of this one tonight. Davi, welcome to the channel, my friend. Thank you for the brand new sub. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Yeah, Spider-Woman and Gamora in your discard deck, just to buff any discard fails. Interesting. Well, we've lost this lane. Hopefully we can win the other two. Opponent agrees that we can. Yeah, too much cheese. Too much Professor Cheese, but thankfully for us, not losing the game to it. I am getting tired of Professor Cheese. No worries, Conman. Happy to help, my friend. The Bayro Dream is real. Bayro's a really fun deck, and I highly recommend playing it. This hand's a bit better. Hopefully we can find Colleen Wing to stab the Swarm. That would be lovely. In the meantime, I'm just going to play out this Morbius. Is the Daredevil Avatar and deck sleeve still available in the caches, or are those event only? I actually don't know the answer to that. I'm going to assume they're in caches, like the card, but I have no source on that. I would have to double check, I'm afraid. It's been a pleasure to have you here, Hakuna. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Sorry to hear that, Conman. Definitely happens to the worst of us. I know mine were pretty bad for a while. I kind of want to get this Dracula down. Seems fine. Gonna need to find something to discard at the end, ideally. Wolfsbane becomes a 4 is not ideal, but I mean that means it gets discarded by Lady Sif, so... No worries, Al. Hopefully I can find a more concrete answer for you at some point. We do draw the Apocalypse. Very nice. Okay. So, I guess we just Lady Sif here. I'm expecting another Professor Cheese. I'm actually just going to Swarm as well, I think, because I have nothing better to do with it. Makes me better against the cheesy Professor, too. Amir, not long now, my friend. No more than a week and a half, and you'll have that token shop available to buy stuff. Looking forward to it myself, too. Opponent will Storm. Okay. I want Series 4 and Series 5 cards. Sif discards the Apocalypse. Swarm is obviously going to get spun into something else as well. Lady Sif becomes a Swordmaster, which discards a Moon Knight. Sure. Swarm gets spun into Colleen Wing. That's fine. That's no big deal. So we draw Chavez. We are just going to load Chavez into the flooded area. and have the Apocalypse get discarded to Dracula. Can't wait, yeah. Can I give a shout out to... Is that Mirella? I think that's Mirella. If I pronounced that incorrectly, I apologise, but I will happily do that. Mirella, Whitecut's wife. Hi, how you doing? Pleasure to meet you. Hopefully you're doing well today. You're really hoping they don't sell tokens? I would be surprised if that happened, to be honest. We just got completely shit on by a Dr. Doom. Do we have enough stats? We do! 34! 34 beats 33. Dr. Doom giving a 10 power Doombot, not enough to stop Dracula. You love to see it. You love to see it. Ooh, Season Pass. What do we have? We have a card back. Nice. This hand is kind of poop, but we'll see whether we can get somewhere. She's laughing right now. That's all I ever asked to achieve. Joe, welcome on in, my friend. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate that. Big time calculated. Thinking with Pauls. I'm glad I got a laugh. Folks, if I can ever make you laugh, that's all I ever try to do. And occasionally I'll tell you some informative stuff about Marvel Snap as well. Morbius in the Nexus seems pretty good, actually. Opponent plays out the armor. And Baxter Building. Okay, quite the selection of locations we find ourselves with here. Let us go Lockjaw into Baxter Building. We're going to be looking for Apocalypse or Swarm here to really get going. Always wanted to Daredevil, Storm, Juggernaut, Professor X, just to try and immediately lock down 2 lanes. Yeah, for sure. I love Juggernaut. I think it's a very underplayed card, actually. So we do draw the Swarm. The question is, do we take the risk of discarding something else? The answer, probably just no. Let's Colleen, make some more Swarms, and take it from there. You love comics? Happy to hear it, Henny. I'm glad you enjoy yourself some comics. Yeah, I'm definitely scared of some more Professor Cheese here. We've seen our fair share of him today. Do we just have to hedge our bets against Professor Cheese? Opponent snaps as well. It's kind of crazy. I thought we were in pretty good shape here. We flip the Chavez. Discussing the one coming later, Gene, I'm afraid. Patches. I wish the patch was out now. But, alas, it is not out yet. But it will be out before December 5th. I think I'm actually going to hedge my bets a little bit into Professor Cheese and do this. Well, bets successfully hedged and played the Swarm and got rewarded for it. We draw Apocalypse. Do we just play Apocalypse? I think we do, right? Wait, okay, wait. If we play Apocalypse here, we just spin it into something else with Lockjaw, which is not great. If I add 11 here, I lose to Destroyer. This is pretty rough. It's so hard saving credits, it really is. Alright, I'm going to hope that I generate enough stats. What I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to play the Apocalypse first, so that my Swarm can get it back out. Doesn't matter, opponent plays to the left, so I think we're okay. Unless this is Spectrum, in which case we are beyond screwed. Why? Why do you have so many good cards? Close one. Close one, but Spectrum is going to punk us out on the final turn. It could have got Dracula, that's true. It did, in fact. So many Vibranium Mines. Then you remember that it's still here. The Hellcow variant's sick. Yeah, this one's nice. This is a nice looking card. I'm a big fan. Yeah, Destroyer is a good deck, folks. You got to be ready for it. It is very, very good. Play out our Morbius here. Preferably into Dream Dimension. I think I would like to keep my deck clear from Vibranium for now. What do I think about Uatu the Watcher? Unfortunately, I think the card is pretty bad, Caleb, sadly. I think it has a place in specifically some of the like Infinite control decks, if you're looking for a home for it. But beyond that, I sadly don't think the card is particularly good. Opponent plays out their Vibranium to make more Vibranium. We are going to get Lockjaw on the go here. Swordmaster. I think I'm happy to Hellcow, and hopefully we don't lose everything. I'd like to hit the Swarm. Yeah, shouldn't be a Professor Cheese out of an Angela deck, surely. Surely. We do hit our Swarm. Very, very nice. No worries, Caleb. Maybe it gets buffed when the next patch comes. You never know. Ooh, Colleen? Don't mind if I do. We'll even spin it into something else, courtesy of Lockjaw. Make some more swarms. Yeah, if you are too started in your opening hand, it would be insane. Any alternatives I'd recommend? For the most part, Conman, you're just looking for a reasonable 2-cost ongoing effect. So something like Mojo is fine, something like Goose is fine. Otherwise, you can just look in your existing pool, find something that costs 2 that has an ongoing effect, and that would be fine, in my opinion. Should you waste your gold on getting credits or refreshing missions? Refreshing missions, because they give you credits and Season Pass XP, and not just one or the other. Stat line just not worth the info? Yeah, sad truth, unfortunately. We do flip up Apocalypse on this side, so I think we are... Unfortunately, we lost our Morbius here in the middle. So I think we are just going to go donkety, 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 click. Flying to Infinite with Kazoo. Kazoo's a strong deck. Kazoo's really fun too. Daredevil, yeah, for sure. Daredevil, Lizard. These are great, great suggestions. 2-cost ongoing cards with good abilities. Exactly what you're looking for. Perfect. Easy as pie, that one, folks. Nice, clean, easy game for the Destroyer. Not for the Destroyer deck, the discard deck here. Back to 65. So what I'm going to do, folks, I'm going to do the exact same thing as I've been doing all night for the final time. It's time for a deck switch. All I'm going to do is put up a poll of 4 decks that I do not mind playing that we haven't played tonight. You may choose whichever one you wish to come next. I will then play one more game with the deck we were just playing before I close the poll and move on to the next one. So what deck comes next? So far, we haven't played tonight. We haven't played Bayro. Bayro can come next if you wish. We haven't played Wong Reveal. Wong Reveal can also come next if we like. We can have Sarah Miracle, which hasn't been on the docket so far this evening. Miracle. Or we can have Hella Discard. Hella Discard can be the 4th and final deck this time around. Poll is now live for you. Let me know which deck you would like me to play next, and I will switch to it after this game. Get your votes in and let me know. Series has a luxurious premium vibe to it. That's an interesting look at it. Hadn't thought of it that way. I like it. Reese, welcome to the channel, my friend. Brand new subscriber. Hope you're enjoying Marvel Snap Zone. Frantic21, thank you for the sub, my friend. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. Blobfish, sounds good. Captain Marvel is a favourite card of mine, actually. Mr. Gavlar, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub, buddy. Welcome on into Marvel Snap Zone. Even more subs. Guys, thank you for the love. Jean Merigour? I'm not French. I apologise. I butchered that to absolute buggery. Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate you. If you've got a preference, folks, get the votes in. That's what you're going to have to do. I will always follow the poll. You've got until the end of this game to let you know. Am I 100% on Snap right now? Although I make Flesh and Blood content too, in my own personal time, but this is currently my full-time job over here at Snap Zone, so for the most part, yes. But it is good to see you. I hope you're well, friend. Let's get this Dracula down. Searched up Marvel Snap live, like I'm playing Marvel Snap. Love it. Oh, Yondu shredding our deck to bits. That's a bit unfortunate. Dream Dimension kicks in. We have not got a lot going for us here. No reward for discarding our hand is pretty crap. Guess I'm just going to Hellcow for stats. But we are in trouble. You're used to your name being butchered by English folk. I am so sorry. Ah, I do try, I promise, but I'm not very good. We are never winning this game, right? Lockjaw Thor, very nice, Bernardo. I could hold this and jump the Dracula, but I just lose Karmatage, I think. Yeah, I'm just going to get out of here, sadly, I think. Not the best finish for the Lockjaw deck, sadly, but this is a fun one to play. Definitely has some legs, and I really enjoy it too. So let's take a look at this cheeky poll. Let's close it off. What do we have? Looks like we are finishing the night with Wong Reveal. Wong Reveal will be our next deck up. So let's go take a look at that. In case you aren't familiar, I will walk you through it and show you how it works. None of them can get it right. At least I'm not the only one, I suppose. Unlucky Blobfish. Hopefully that improves for you soon. So if you are not familiar with Wong Reveal, folks, here it is on screen for you now. It is based mostly around this card here, Wong. Wong is a heck of a powerhouse that is a surprisingly common card on the ladder right now. And by surprisingly common, I mean, you know, very unsurprisingly common. Every single on-reveal deck you will, play, or every on-reveal you'll play, I should say. Sorry, just dealing with the deck list image while I try and talk, and I'm terrible at multitasking. Will be doubled, which is obviously a very, very strong effect. People argue maybe a bit too strong. We'll have to wait and see whether this is one of the cards that gets adjusted in the upcoming patch. There's a good chance that it certainly could be. But for now, we have access to Wong. Now, what are we trying to do with Wong? Well, there's a lot of very powerful endgame pieces you can play after this card in order to allow you to maximize its ability. You want to be looking to go 4 into 5 into 6 basically every single game as consistently as you possibly can, which means sometimes you're going to go White Tiger, which is going to make you all kinds of power of tigers all over the place thanks to Wong's ability, and you want to follow that up with Odin. Odin will then make even more tigers in all the places with all the abilities. It's pretty good. Your other option, however, you can play Black Panther, which is of course going to make itself very, very large, and very, very large again, thanks to Wong, and follow it up with Arnim Zola, who will then destroy Wong and destroy Black Panther, and copy them both to the other two locations, which makes the Black Panther really, really, really big. The last kind of endgame piece this deck plays is Doctor Doom, as another fantastic way of using Wong to just make lots of power on the final turn of the game, one way or the other. Or you can occasionally just play Ironheart Wolfsbane on the final turn to get maximum value there as well. Rest of the deck, good pieces of interaction, some Storm to deny locations, Iceman to freeze your opponent's hand, Ebony Maw, this is a strong early play that we're able to play around and dip into locations pretty easily, followed up with Psylocke as a way to get to Wong even faster. This is a great deck. It's been putting up fantastic results, but it is definitely a little bit weak to Cosmo. Let's see how it hangs on the ladder this evening. Alrighty. Iceman early here seems completely fine. Why no Spectrum? This is not an ongoing list, unfortunately. We're only really using some of the small like Ebony Maw, for example, but Spectrum doesn't buff anything in this deck. Before you reveal Wong, you should snap. Almost certainly, yeah. There are some situations where that isn't the case, but yes. snapping on turn 3 and then playing Wong is quite strong. Tinkerer's Workshop, probably not doing a whole lot for us here. We probably just Wolfsbane... Actually, this isn't terrible, right? Because I can Wolfsbane here and Ebony Maw next turn. Really much looking for our Wong to really make the most of this. Put it with the Squirrel Girl. Into Iron Fist, okay. Right, Ebony Maw will help us fill up a location nice and smooth. Ugh. Luke's Bar is a bit crap. So what I will do is play Ebony Maw and play Psylocke into Luke's Bar and just bounce it back into my hand again. Luke's Bar thankfully pretty good for Doctor Doom and White Tiger, so we should be able to hopefully get ourselves nice and safely into it at some point. Boink back the Psylocke. Black Panther. So no Wong this game, so just going to Panther mid here. Get some stats there. Opponent with the strong guy, okay. Looking to get their hand nice and empty by the looks of it. We draw Zola. Do I just Zola? That seems pretty good, honestly. Let's just Psylocke for a bit of extra energy just in case. And then look to Zola the Black Panther next turn. Opponent will Blue Marble. That's fine by me. I will snap. And then Zola. Opponent runs away. Nice and simple. Pick up our nice cheeky cube. Alrighty, on to the next one. Hello, opponent. Psylocke early. Sometimes you're not going to want to play this on 2 because you'd rather get an extra 5 cost card into play by playing it on turn 3. So we'll wait and see how our hand plays out here. Kunlun. With us drawing Storm, I imagine I probably just want to hold this. I'm not doing anything with the extra energy next turn anyway, unless I intend on Ironhearting, which I could do. It's also better if I draw Wong, which I am, of course, like 1 in 7 to do. Alright. I think I'm willing to try this. Opponent with the armor, sure. Attilan is a bit of a shame, actually. Do I want to shuffle my hand away? Can I play with Spider-Man next game? Dodo, I tend to play decks in chunks and let people vote in the polls. And people have literally just voted for this one, so I'm not going to be changing it anytime soon, I'm afraid. Opponent snaps. I think I'm mostly okay to storm this out and keep my hand. Opponent loads up Kunlun. Sure. Brand new subscription coming in from Young Pone. Thank you very much, my friend. Welcome to Marvel Snap Zone. We'll create a little bit of juice. More subs. Loki, welcome to the channel, my friend. Pleasure to have you here. White Tiger or Black Panther? I guess we are just going to go for the Panther Zola play. Seems best. What does Psylocke do? Psylocke is a 2-cost card that next turn gives you an additional energy. So it ramps you from 2 to 4 or from 3 to 5. Ugh! That is a freaking horrible Cosmo. Alright, well I guess this is just Doom. Jeez. That Cosmo is just backbreaking. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, again, very much the kind of nature of the ladder right now. You've got these decks that are trying to do fundamentally unfair things, and then decks that are playing Armor and Cosmo to try and stop you from doing exactly that. Yeah, it probably was worthwhile doing, honestly, Cleo. I think after the Panther gets stung, we probably should just get out of there. Jotunheim, sure. We've yet to actually draw Wong. Drawing Wong would be quite nice. Hi, Mark. Hopefully you're doing well today. Psylocke into a 5 seems pretty great here, actually. Yeah, for sure, Cleo. Definitely what it's all about right now. Yeah, Vibranium is definitely a better rock. That is probably fair to say. Alright, so let's go... Panther? Into Zola. I can actually go Wong here, actually, which is even better. Me too, Mark. Excited by the news. 90s X-Men like Psylocke and Jubilee, for sure, yeah. It's good to see such a wide variety of characters. It's great to see. So we can Zola, or we can go with Ironheart Wolfbane. I think we're just going to Zola, though. Indeed, Mark, I've been playing since the early beta, so I've been here a long time. Wong doubles all the on-reveals you play at a location. Hopefully you're about to see what it does. Opponent's Ironheart is mostly fine. Zola eats the Panther first, unfortunately, which is fine. We make 216 power, and then we just dump some Wong over for good measure. Unfortunately, that is not enough. Ugh. I believe Loki's been data mined currently, so we do actually have an idea of what it's going to do. Should we save credits or not upgrade cards to wait in order to get collector tokens instead of boosters? Yes, 100% Snowman. Unless it gets you to another higher collector level where you're getting more collector tokens for free, you should be saving the 5,000 credits you can at the moment. Mark, I have several accounts. This is the account that has all the cards. I use this one for content, and basically only for content. And I'm building up some other accounts to have more cards. So I play on those more often than I do on this one, basically. How much money have I invested into Snap? Exactly $30. I have bought every season pass that I have been able to buy. And I have spent absolutely nothing else. No worries, Snowman. Happy to help. Wolfsbane actually pretty good here. What does Loki do? I actually don't know off the top of my head. I know it's been data mined. People have found it in the game. You can probably have a quick search on the website and find it. But I don't actually know off the top of my head, sadly. Ugh. Savage Lands, why are you like this? Yeah, the pass is really good value, for sure. Oh, meta stack it, Stag. That's terrible. Sorry to hear that. So I think we just storm out the Vibranium Mines here. Probably into Tiger, into Doom. Christopher, thank you very much, my friend. I appreciate that. Kind words mean a lot. You switch hands on the next turn. That sounds believable. Maximus, we just know that they're coming out before December 5th. We don't have an exact date, unfortunately. Nicholas, no. There is currently no in-game way of challenging players. Otherwise, I would be interested in doing so. How do you change currency? I think it's based on where your Google account is set up. So if you're on a VPN, that might be it. Mark, I believe matchmaking is currently regional, which might be why you're struggling against the same players. That's a heck of a Killmonger, by the way. Very nice, no man. I mean, double, you think that's bad. This account is like 3,600 or something. It's pretty crazy. We just make another tiger? We can't make another tiger. This is a big house. We're just dooming? Might just be dooming. Think we are just dooming. Hey Bora, how you doing, friend? Good to meet you. Roger, I never spend the extra. I always just buy the regular old season pass. Very nice. Greg, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate that. Look out for specifically premium content coming your way very soon. Obviously, you can enjoy your ad-free experience straight away. But we will have some dedicated premium content on the way. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm 3,400. I'm currently 3,479. So, there you go. Indeed, Coach. It's good stuff, man. Happy to be here. Happy that everyone's having a good time. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. As I say, folks, this is the account that I use for content. So, couldn't Zola MRX because it was a big house, so I couldn't play Odin or Zola. I've been here since the start of the beta. That's to answer your question. Bora, new patch will be here before December 5th. We don't have an exact date for you, unfortunately, but before December 5th. Yeah, Big House was stopping us from playing a 6-drop next to Tiger. Zola is indeed pretty good. Yeah, Loki is data mined, but not available. To answer your question. This rock is pretty terrible. Let's get rid of this. The dev said not to save credits and to keep open caches, but you said save credits. Correct, yes. I'm almost 1,000, so you'll have 6,000. Correct. Yes. So in our opinion, don't save caches. Keep opening those. It's pointless. Don't. There's just no point in So we're gonna play this into Onslaught Citadel here, not because it's good here, but we actually want it to slide over into the middle so that we can kill with Zola. Yeah, save your credits, get new caches with those credits when the patch goes live. If you earn any caches now, open them now. There is no point saving them, the contents are predetermined. No worries, Bora, happy to help. No problem at all, MRX. You're more than welcome. Alright, so we're going to have to do the Panther Zola thing this way. Because we can't destroy in Wong's lane currently. I'm not actually sure that's going to be good enough, right? This is only going to be... No, this should be okay. This should be alright, because we have the Wong. This should be okay. Oh, we might not beat an Odin, actually. No worries, Mark. Happy to help. We do, in fact, not beat an Odin. That's somewhat unfortunate. However, our gap is slightly larger. There you go. Zal, to answer that question once again, really simply put, if you're going to get yourself closer to a CL that gets a larger gift, you should make your way to that collector level. Make sure you get the larger gift. If you're nowhere near an upgrade to a higher gift level, just save your credits, keep 5,000 in the bank, pick up new caches. There you go, Comman. I knew the effect was out there, I just couldn't remember what it was. We could give it a random swarm. Nice. I actually think I want to save Psylocke here because I have 2 5s in my hand already. I probably should have played the Swarm though. That was bad of me. No worries, Zal. Happy to help. Save your credits if you are already above CL 1000 and nowhere close to CL 3000. That is the only way I can really put it at this point. So we do draw Wong here, which means I'm just going to Storm, I think. Seems good. Hey, Daniel. Nice to see you, friend. Most look forward to card in Series 4 and Series 5. So looking forward to Valkyrie the most from Series 5. I think that card's really cool. And obviously Thanos as well, because Thanos is very, very sweet. Series 4, it's probably She-Hulk. I think I'm looking forward to screwing around with She-Hulk and the Infinite on the final turn of the game. Will, I'd need to go take a look, I'm afraid, because that's not the... I didn't make that spreadsheet. I would have to go check what it asks about. It came from a Twitter user, so I would have to go give it a second look to double check. When's the update? Before December 5th. Don't have an exact date, but sometime before December 5th. Would I go for 1,000 if I'm at 750? Probably. I wouldn't go for it if I was at 500. That seems ambitious. 670 is probably right on the line if you were to play for the maximum amount you can every day. So, unsure. I would encourage you probably not to. Thanos Lockjaw would be kind of interesting. Yeah, sorry, Will. As I say, we quoted a Twitter user with that data. So, why is Cosmo a card? I would have to go check to make sure. We can still draw Zola here, in fairness. Or even Dr. Doom. Both of those would be pretty good draws. So let's just Panther. Akuma Red, no, I wouldn't worry about getting to 500. There's no extra reward for doing that. Indeed, get yourself to 1,000 if you can. Definitely worth doing. I do need to sticky note this info at this point. Yeah, I really do. Yeah, we've got a best of... we've got a non-ranked mode and friends challenge mode coming soon from what the roadmap says. Didn't draw either Doom or Zola, unfortunately. I think we are bone dead. Bone dead it is. Curious on my opinion, you hear a lot about the difficulty of ranking up immediately once you get into Series 3 because opponents have better cards meta decks. Chris, honestly, it's kind of hard for me to comment on that in an unbiased way because for the most part, most of my ranking up has been done in beta, so my experience was very different than a lot of other people's. The ranking up I've done on other accounts since then, I've not struggled too much, but also I'm just way more familiar with the deck, so it's like kind of hard to say. About to start running into Killmongers. It's a real card. Keep your eyes open. 614 with 5k credits and 1,300 gold. Think you might just manage it. That's definitely very, very close. Currently a hard stack 81. Tough one, Hyperion. That's really, really close. I'm fine with playing Ebony Maw here, I think. Yeah, I think for me to turn around and be like, no, that doesn't happen. It's not hard once you get to pool 3. Probably just isn't fair because the game has changed quite a lot since I was there. Yeah, Luke Cage Hazmat is a lot of fun for sure. Opponent also goes with the Ebony Maw. So we're going to need to find Dr. Doom here to give us the kind of stats we're looking for. Okay, Psylocke here is fine. Max Infinity is 109, yeah. Yeah, I think the highest I'm at right now is 120 something on one of the other accounts. This one is down in the 60s while we grind away with the full collection. Yeah, this Ebony Maw is nice. I'm a big fan of this variant. So we have 6 resources. What are we doing? Probably just playing this White Tiger, I think. It's too good not to. From what you can see, free-to-play can only gain 141 in 6 days. Might be worth changing some information. Okay, I will take your word for granted on that one. Leave it with me. I will have to go take a look because, as I say, I could be the one in the wrong. If that's the case, we do want to update that information accordingly, so leave it with me. I will do my best to clarify that if it's incorrect. No worries, Chris. Happy to help where I can. Honestly, Keenan, the last game is like far enough out of my head at this point that I can't say I can necessarily remember. This one is just fine, however. I've been live for long enough at this point, the fatigue is kicking in. So, if I made a mistake, I was almost certainly looking at chat and talking to somebody. Unfortunately, that kind of happens. Still kind of getting used to this YouTube streaming mechanic again. I'm a bit rusty, so good chance I miss a number of things. Appreciate it, Will. Thank you. I'll take a second look, and we will update that accordingly if things need to be updated, or at least clarify it in some way. So appreciate you taking a look. This is good, Ebony Moore. Let's stick you over in Westview. Playing with the Carnage on Deadpool. Very nice. What level does Pool 3 start again? 484? I want to say 484. This is actually a pretty good Psylocke here too, actually. Let's ramp to 5. Best time for climbing the ladder, start, middle, or end of season? Definitely not the end. Probably the start. I want to say the start's probably easier all round, but it depends on, you know, if you enjoy playing Kazoo for 12 hours or whatever, you know. I do, Mark, yeah. I think that should be pretty easy for you. I would say Armor probably, Greg. If you're missing Psylocke and you want to play one of those two cards, Armor's just really good against the metagame right now. That table might very well include spending the gold you earn and stuff like that. Again, leave it with me. I'll go back and take a look to make sure everything is correct, but I had no reason to doubt it, so I didn't. Up to 5. Okay, so do we play the Wong? So the problem is there's a good chance... Yeah, okay, so there's a good chance we end up dooming here because this Strange Academy is going to move this Psylocke over. So I am going to Wong, even though it might screw up my Zola. Because Strange Academy can already screw up my Zola. You're welcome, Greg. No worries, friend. Beta Ray, yeah, I think you'll be fine as well. 486, there you go. I did have the right number in my head. Yours was Nick Fury. Interesting. Alright, well, Doom it is here, I think, to just spoof out 10 power either side of this. Seems like the best thing we can do. Agreed. 2 guaranteed cards from Pool 3 before cashes is very nice. Oh, this Professor X needs to leave me alone. I think we're okay. We're still okay. Oh, Professor X. I hate you so much. I don't even lose the game and I still hate you so much. Put the fear of God into me. Maximus, no worries, my man. Thank you so much for enjoying the content. Hopefully I can keep doing so for you in the near future. Quinjet into Mystique into Patriot. Yeesh. That is pretty good. Zal, it's funny you should say that. Our tracker that we're currently working on at Marvel Snap Zone will allow you to replay your game. So you will in fact be able to replay it out turn by turn and see what you did. Coming very soon. Would it make sense to rush to 1,000 if you're 640? No, I do not think it would. I think that is too close to the line, and you're very likely to not make it. You're better off just saving your credits, I think. Ooh, that's a good draw. I think we're happy to just Psylocke mid here and pop Wong somewhere. Storm, sure. I am pretty happy to play Wong out here. Setting ourselves up for the turn 6 Doom. Ugh, that's not the best. So, if I storm out Atlantis here and my opponent doesn't play on the right, they actually never can. That seems kind of good. What would I replace Zola with if I don't have him yet? Unfortunately, Zola's pretty important to this deck exactly. It's kind of required for a lot of the endgame combos. For the most part, I'd just be looking for another very powerful 6-cost on reveal, but I think replacing Zola is a bit difficult for this one. Yeah, again, Collector's Tokens are going to go a long way in helping people pick up those cards. Should be a much faster process than it was before. Faddy, we do not have the ability to share replays with your friends just yet, but it is something that we are trying to make happen. So, bear with us. If we can, we will. So this can... So, okay, do we play this mid? This is better than a robot, so yes we do. Opponent morphing into your Hulk is terrible. Yeah, exactly. Don't worry about reaching 500. That shouldn't be too big of a deal. We do draw Zola, but we are just going to Doom here on the left. And this should be enough. Any advice for Doom? Same problem, unfortunately, Daniel, with this list in particular. It's very much built to have those big final turn plays of going Wong into 5 into 6. And replacing the 5s and 6s is really quite hard to do. In a pinch, again, any other powerful on reveal that costs 6 or costs 5 is like okay, but at the moment, not great. Is the app just for computers or for mobile as well? At the moment, it is just for computers because we are having problems making anything work on mobile. There seems to be a lot of issues with Snap and mobile trackers that we haven't managed to crack just yet. So we'll be on desktop only for a while, and then hopefully mobile in the future if everything goes to plan. All the M's for some reason, so I mean all of those cards are very good. If your highest rank is 90 and by the night before I drop to 89, what number will matters for the reset? The number you are currently at matters for the reset. If you drop to 89, you'll drop down like all the way down to like what? So 89, 79, 69, 59, so 50. You'll drop all the way to 50, which you do not want. So make sure you're at 90, make sure you go to 60. All good. Am I low-key part of the dev team? No. No, I'm not. This is just my job. So I do make sure I know as much as I can about everything Marvel Snap. This is a really early Wong, and I think I'm probably just snapping on this. Who can counter Wong except Cosmo? It's mostly Cosmo. Armor does a pretty good job as well, because it turns off Arnim Zola. Honestly, that's part of what you're missing from Snap right now. You want to show your friends? Yeah, working on it. Absolutely working on it. Hopefully we can make that happen before you know it. 750. Morris, pretty close, honestly. If you're free to play, probably not. You'll likely miss at that point. If you're not free to play, you might very well get there. Tough one. Wow, we have all the energy. White Tiger, please. I do not work for an LGS anymore, no, unfortunately. This is now, I actually now work with .gg, the company that runs Marvel Snap Zone, which is why I'm over here. This is now my full-time job. Not just the content, but everything, you know. Happy to hear you getting the hang of things. That's always reassuring. Panther question mark? Do we have a date for the new patch? The date we have currently is sometime at the start of next week, before December 5th. That is all we know currently. Enchantress is a good one, yeah. Enchantress also a good shout. Opponent makes a limbo. Speaking of Enchantress, feels bad, man. Yeah, early next week, but no date is confirmed. This is pretty rough, actually. I'm not entirely sure how we get out of this one. They add one Series 5 card every week, but we can't buy a Series 5 card every week, not even every month. So I believe they've stated they're adding a card most weeks, but not every week. But I still think that's mostly fine. I don't think that's too big of an issue. Bernardo, it's fine, don't worry about it. Happy to help, Zero. Happy to help. This is a pretty good draw. I think this is good enough. We have snapped already. Now we know a good count. We certainly do. We certainly do. There you go. How tough is it from 80 to Infinite? I didn't find it too hard this season, to be honest, but I did it on the other account quite early this season, so maybe it's a bit harder later in the season. Oh, you've got to be kidding! Scarlet Witch makes a bar with no name and I want to eat my eyes with a spoon. Alright. So we can Zola to try and kill our own tiger. But only the tiger works. Or we can Ironheart and try and land enough buffs in Limbo to win that location. And this is way funnier. And chat, I should absolutely retreat. I should 100% retreat and save myself 6 cubes. But that's boring, and my Zola is going to destroy this tiger. Yes! Easy as that. Easy as that. For the content. For the content. Okie dokie, ladies and gents. That seems like the perfect time for me to say goodbye for this evening. Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here tonight for this Marvel Snap stream. If you haven't done so already, please subscribe to the channel. I want to see more of you here in the future for all things Marvel Snap over at Marvel Snap Zone. If you're here for the live streams, I'm back on Friday at 6:30 PM GMT for yet another one of these. Hopefully, we have more things to talk about then. Until next time, I have been HowlingMines. You have been amazing, and this has been Marvel Snap Zone. Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.